We're on time.
So 1 minute warning. Welcome everybody to the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. And before we get into what we're doing today, I'm going to ask Representative LaRochelle, could you give us, start the Pledge of Allegiance for us, please? Welcome. Before we get to our first testifier, today's agenda consists of HB 1539 FN this morning, and then followed by HB 1567. In the afternoon, we'll have 1475 FN, 1718 FN, and 1455. And of course, as the agenda notes, at any time, an executive session could be called just as a matter of possibility. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce Representative Chair Vose to introduce Bill 1539.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thomas, and good morning, fellow colleagues. I'm here this morning, for the record, Representative Michael Vose, Rockingham 5, the town of Epping. I'm here this morning to introduce House Bill 1539 FN, which is a bill to authorize electric utilities to issue AAA-rated bonds for the purpose of storm cost recovery and infrastructure resilience. Back in 2015, when I was first elected to this legislature, or first started to serve in this legislature, I was enlisted in the cause of passing the legislation which underlies this bill. At that time, the legislature decided that part of restructuring required that stranded costs related to the divestment of utility infrastructure needed to be spread out over as long a period of time as possible. And so it authorized what was termed securitization of those stranded assets. And so the legislation was created, RSA 369B, to allow that securitization. So I'm here this morning to introduce HB 1539, which simply adds to that existing legislation. What it does is it adds the provision in existing statute to add storm recovery cost to the list of expenses that the Public Utilities Commission may allow utilities to securitize. What does securitize mean? It just simply means issue bonds to borrow money to pay off, in this case, storm recovery costs, and then pay back those bonds over the life of the bond, which could be 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, whatever, 5 years, whatever terms the utility borrowed the money for. And the utility would pass those costs along to ratepayers, but if they're spread out over some period of time, longer than a year, then obviously the yearly cost to ratepayers would be much lower. So the advantage of a bill like this is that it will allow allow utilities to recover their storm recovery costs, which they're entitled to do under the U.S. Constitution's takings clause, and spread the repayment of those costs over a significant period of time to impact ratepayers as little as possible. The reality is that utilities have had to respond to numerous large and impactful storms over the past several years, and this bill will provide those utilities and regulators with a tool to limit the impact on customers' electric bills associated with storm cost recovery. HB 1539 would allow utilities to access lower cost financing options and extend the period of cost recovery, all subject to PUC approval. This will reduce the burden that New Hampshire's electric customers will experience on their energy bills. As I said, HB 1539 puts another tool in the toolbox to manage storm recovery costs. New Hampshire has used securitization in the past for other utility-related costs, such as the sale of generation assets, the complete electric restructuring. I helped get that legislation passed back in 2015. HB 1539 simply extends those existing authorities to allow for the securitization of prudently incurred storm recovery costs. Now, this bill is not a mandate. It doesn't require that the utilities securitize storm recovery costs. It just gives them the opportunity to do so if they so choose. The bill does not lessen or change the level of review of utility storm response and the cost incurred by the PUC. The bill only applies to storm costs that the PUC has determined to be prudently incurred. Under this legislation, utilities must demonstrate that securitizing storm costs provides a meaningful benefit to customers, and the PUC must review and approve any such proposals. Other parties, like the Department of Energy, the Office of the Consumer Advocate, can participate in the adjudicative proceedings at the PUC on a storm cost recovery docket and a securitization process. HB 1539 represents a positive policy change that can help reduce bill impacts for electricity customers here in New Hampshire. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. I will let you know that there are other people who will testify that probably have a better grasp of all the minutiae and details of the bill than I do, but I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chair Vose, for a very informative testimony. Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So, as you mentioned, maybe someone else behind you is going to be able to answer this question better, but the presumption is, as I'm listening to this, that storm costs are not an every year event. They're going to happen periodically, and so spreading them out over multiple years is what we're trying to do to levelize building. But if it happens every year, then it doesn't seem to make much sense. If we're achieving the same building every year for a storm or storms. Is that the sense here, or do I have it wrong?
I think you have it generally right. Storms do happen every year, and the utilities must do storm recovery after every storm. Not every storm, however, is a big storm that requires crews to be brought in from other states, equipment to be brought in from other states. We do have occasionally a big impactful storm, and that's when the costs really start to go up, when you have to start bringing in crews from other states and lots of equipment to repair damage. But those storms don't happen every year. Fortunately, they happen occasionally, and a bill like this would allow the utilities to securitize the cost of a big storm over a period of years. And it's not likely that a big storm would happen every year, but just occasionally, maybe every 3, 5, maybe 10, even 50 or 100 years. So It's not like securitization is going to be something that happens every year. It'll happen occasionally.
Representative Harrington.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just trying to work out the cost associated with this. We have costs for both the Department of Energy and for the PUC to administer these this new program, and this is kind of my concern. So the utility decides that the way to go because of storm recovery cost is to have these bonds, issue new bonds. Now they have to make a case that doing this is going to be less costly for the ratepayers. So they go to the PUC and they file, and either conditions change during that 60-day period and the interest rates go up, or the PUC does their analysis and they don't agree with the utility. Either way, the PUC and the Department of Energy have substantial charges. They're talking about a 200 in 2029 having additional people at the PUC to the tune of $270,000 a year. So they reject the bonds. At that point, we've spent the money in the DOE, we spent the money in the PUC, but we have nothing to show for it. So is there anything in here that would prevent that scenario from happening, or are we just hoping that when the utilities file that they'll be filing such a good case that the PUC will always approve it?
That's a good question, Representative Harrington. I think the utilities who will testify after me can probably answer it better than I could. But my presumption would be that if the PUC discovered during their investigation that this is not a good idea and said no, then they would just tell the utilities to recover the cost for the storm recovery in the year following, which would increase the costs for customers. So it would be in the interest of the utilities to present a case that shows that this is going to save ratepayers money out of their pockets by spreading the cost over a longer period of time.
Oh,
Yeah, I was referring to the cost to the ratepayers specifically because of the storm recovery cost, but the cost that's going to be incurred by the Department of Energy and the PUC. So if they do their analysis and they disagree with the utility and they say, no, we're not going to issue these bonds, they've spent substantial amounts of money. And we're talking about having a person there for $270,000 a year. That money is then going to be assessed to the utilities, which the utilities are going to charge to the ratepayers. That's the charge I'm thinking of. I'm just wondering how much risk is involved. Maybe that's a better question for the utilities, as you said.
Maybe so, but it's the cost of doing business, right? So it's probably going to have to happen one way or the other.
I'd like to call on the representative from Merrimack, known as Representative Thomas.
Well, quite the introduction. Thank you very much. And it's actually Representative Wendy Thomas, but thank you. Whatever. All right. So you, during your testimony, you said that storms come every 3, 5, 10 years. However, in my lifetime, I've seen several 100-year floods already, and I'm not several 100 years old. So the question is, our climate is undeniably changing. We're seeing more storms every year. So this is based on the previous question. What if we start having storm costs, significant storm costs every year? Does that impact this bill? Does it affect any way that it works? Does it become unmanageable? Does it impact ratepayers? What happens?
If we start having really big, impactful storms every year, regardless of how we pay for those storms, it's going to cost ratepayers money. You got to repair the infrastructure or you don't get electricity. And I think most constituents that I talk to want electricity. They don't want it to go away. So they'll pay for the infrastructure if they have to. That's not the issue. The issue is it's more likely that they'll pay for it a big storm occasionally, not every year. And this is a way to spread out the cost of paying for those big storms.
Follow up.
Follow up.
During your testimony and also in the fiscal note, it uses the word prudent. Prudently, you mentioned it several times. Can you define that, please?
It's defined elsewhere in statute, and it's customary in utility law for the definition of prudent to apply to the expenditures by utilities that are determined upon investigation to be justified.
Representative Sneller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Vos, for introducing this legislation. So this is effectively a way of capitalizing the cost of the storm and amortizing it over some period, in this case, the useful life of the bond, 20 years. What if we have a really big storm? It doesn't make a difference, correct? You're just capitalizing a bigger amount, and you're amortizing straight lining that over 20 years, so it's just a bigger amount every year. So there's one way or another, ratepayers are going to have to. This is just a way, like taking out a mortgage on a storm over a 20-year period.
Exactly, and it would be on a per storm basis. So you would take out a bond to pay for, let's say there was a storm in 2026, and you would take out a bond to pay for that storm, and if there was another storm in 2029, you'd take out a new bond to pay for that one, if it was big enough to require or to make prudent the idea of using securitization.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. So there's no risk that this AAA will somehow be downgraded. I mean, the state of New Hampshire is a AA plus rated bond. There's no way that AAA will be AA and therefore drive the cost of future issuances for future storms higher. This is AAA because ratepayers have to pay it no matter what, so the risk is virtually nothing.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. So my question has to do with the amount of money that we're talking about for this particular bill. So there was I believe it was the 2023-2024 storm season that created the volume of recoverable costs for storm costs that prompted or initiated this bill to try and make sure that paying those costs off would be lower over time. And so I'm wondering why the bill, first of all, I would like to know if you can tell us how much this securitization vehicle is going to be entered into for, because I think we have that information. And also why this bill isn't confined to that particular scenario, and why it lends itself to be open to all future large storms.
So if I understand your question correctly, you're asking why isn't this bill targeted just to one particular?
That's the second half. The first half is what's the amount we're talking about.
Well, I'm going to defer the answer to that question to the utilities. They know the amount they're going to be seeking to recover from recent storms. I don't. And the answer to your second question would be, why should we restrict it to just one storm? Why not set up a legislative vehicle to allow storm recovery cost recovery for multiple storms? That way you don't have to keep coming back every year saying, well, or every periodic piece of time that, we need another securitization for another storm. Why not just do it all at once?
Thank you.
Representative LaRochelle, question?
Thank you. This strikes me as being similar to a city where we just go ahead and tax for operations and maintenance, but for big things like a fire truck, we'll bond. So to me, it kind of makes sense that when we have a big, like a $2 million fire truck, we'll bond it, so we don't end up taxing citizens in lumpy increments, and they can predict somewhat what their tax is going to be. Is this not unlike, or is this like what we're doing at the city level?
Representative, that's exactly right. Tonight, in fact, I'm going to a wastewater education event in the town of Epping because the town of Epping is facing a $38 million bond issue on its warrant this March to pay for a new wastewater treatment plant. And we're not going to pay for that in next year's taxes. We're going to bond that over 35 years or 30 years. So that's exactly the concept here.
Thank you.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. Just going back to the idea of that we are seeing more and more storms. You know, I'm seeing more ice storms than I ever have, and that's really what causes a lot of damage, taking down trees and branches, taking down power lines. So I'm concerned that we actually could be entering a mode where we are going to have these significant storms, maybe not every year, but maybe 2 out of 3 years, very, very frequently. So the question is, would it save ratepayers more to have these longer term bonds that are really laddered over each other versus shorter term bonds that would typically have a lower interest rate?
That's a question I'm really not prepared to answer because I'm not a bond expert. I don't really spend much time thinking about bonding issues. Maybe the utilities, when they testify, might have a better grasp of that question.
I think, Representative Rails, let's make this the last question. I think we've kept the chair here enough answering a lot of questions. I'd like to move on to other testifiers, but make that your last question, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. There's the saying that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And so I'm wondering if you might contemplate, and this might well be a good question for subsequent testifiers from the utilities, rather than just waiting for storms, and all the damage that occurs, is it possible that the utilities might make use of this instrument to say, take out a big loan, do a bunch of strengthening, hardening, fortification of certain aspects of the grid to in hopes of preventing damage? Right? Could we use it preventively as well?
I think the utilities, and that is a question for them, I think the utilities anticipate some of that because if you look at the title of the bill, it says that the purpose of these bonds is storm recovery and infrastructure resilience. So I think a lot of what they do during storm recovery is to not only fix what got broken by the storm, but also while they're there to beef up the infrastructure so that it won't get broken again. So there is a certain amount of that going on in this proposal.
Okay, with that, thank you, Chairman Vose, for your testimony. And I'd like to call on now Mr. Mark Brown from the Consumer Energy Alliance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's good to be back. I don't think I testified on anything last session. For the record, my name is Mark Brown. I'm here today representing Consumer Energy Alliance. We're a national consumer advocacy organization that supports affordable, reliable, and cleaner energy solutions that benefit all Americans. Since our inception in 2006, we have worked on behalf of our nearly 400 member organizations, which include some of the largest energy consumers in the country. Companies like Caterpillar, Nucor Steel, Delta Airlines, which are all Consumer Energy Alliance board members. We want to advance practical, responsible solutions that meet America's growing energy needs. I'll be brief today. I handed out a packet. It's really just to provide the committee an illustration that securitization is used in a number of states in a number of different ways, is common practice in utility regulation, and can be a benefit to customers, specifically the mechanisms that are inherent in those in HB 1539. A few examples of securitization and the savings that it's provided to customers in different states. So in New Orleans, Hurricane Ida storm recovery, about $150 million was securitized, which resulted in $50 million in savings to Entergy New Orleans customers. Texas, Hurricane Ike storm restoration, about $95 million in savings to Southeast Texas customers from securitization. Again, back to Louisiana, they have a lot of storms there. $2 billion in securitization savings to customers from storm recovery from 2020 hurricanes, 2021 winter storms, and a portion of Hurricane Ida. Duke Energy in South Carolina, storm recovery bonds were issued for $177 million. Savings to customers were $35 million. And recently in Virginia, Appalachia Power, they're securitizing about $1.2 billion. It's going to result in over $100 million in savings to customers. So there's a bunch of other examples. I won't go further into the committee. I guess I'll end my testimony there and take any questions. But I guess I'll say one more thing. There's, energy costs are a front burner issue right now, right, for everybody. All over the country. I've probably been to 30 states in the last year, talking to a variety of stakeholders, blue states, red states, purple states. Everybody has energy costs on their front burner. This is actually one mechanism that can be used to put some downward pressure on rates to customers. So it should be a nonpartisan, bipartisan issue. So we hope you support the bill. And with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. The bill does sound like a good idea, but the numbers that you cite sound very impressive too. When you say 150 million in savings to customers, but I understand that the mechanism we're talking about is, rather than paying for all the costs of storm damage in the year following that storm, this is about spreading those costs out like a mortgage into the future. So when you say there are these big numbers savings to customers, where are those savings coming from? What are you talking about?
Well, so there's two ways that customers can save money. One of them is sometimes bonds the interest rates are lower than traditional debt, right, that a utility may take on. Like the case I mentioned with the $2 billion in savings in Louisiana, the bond interest rates were half the price of the debt, that they would have, the recovery debt that utilities would have otherwise incurred. There can also be savings in net present value, which I don't want to go into a rabbit hole of, explaining economics, but, cost of money now, versus cost of money later, and it depends on discount rates and all that sort of thing. But there can be savings that way too.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for taking my question. Yeah, just following on to Representative Reynolds' question. I mean, when you talk about savings, it's always compared to what? So what are we comparing these savings to? What's the alternative that would have not yielded the 35 million in savings or whatever it is?
The alternative is traditional recovery, which is generally going to be more expensive than being able to securitize the recovery from storms.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
So I had asked a question before that I kind of know the answer to, because I actually met with Eversource to discuss this bill. And I think all of us understand that this is a recoverable cost, right? It's a cost of doing business. Public utilities are entitled to that cost. And so it's not really a question of whether the vehicle is a reasonable thing to do. I think my understanding is that this particular vehicle that prompted this particular bill is a $450 million storm recovery charge, which is inordinately high for one storm season. My concern in terms of consumer protection is if this is going to be a regular basis and this is going to be passed into statute so that it becomes a regular process, when the costs are that high, this could be billions of dollars coming out of ratepayers' pockets at some point. In other words, it could have a huge effect on the costs. And do those costs all belong on the consumer?
I'm not sure.
Well, the increases and the severity of the weather are being affected by what we're putting up into the atmosphere. I mean, we have I know there are people who have different opinions about that, but sort of the scientific decisions are in terms of the fact that that's the contributing factor to the warming that's causing oscillations in our weather that are giving us stronger weather patterns and more frequent high intensity storms. So is it just and reasonable to ask the ratepayers indefinitely to be paying the additional money that is going to be incurred as a result of the storms becoming worse?
I don't know what the alternative would be. You know, these are costs to repair an electrical distribution system. You know, I don't think transmission applies here. I don't know what the alternative is, right? I mean, I don't know what you're suggesting as far as who else is going to pay.
Well, I don't know if I can. We're not allowed to go back and forth, right? So
it's rhetorical. I just don't. You know, I guess I don't have a good answer to that.
Okay, Representative Schneller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here to testify today. So just to bring this back down and not make it philosophical, this is essentially a decision where we would incur the costs on the balance sheet of the utility at whatever the utility is rated, say single A, and that would be those costs at single A rates, which are appreciably higher than triple A. Those costs would be incurred by immediately, not capitalized and amortized over time. They would be incurred by the ratepayers. Or we can use this mechanism to bond the costs over a period of time at a much lower cost, AAA rated, and amortize it over the course of a 20-year period. I mean, it's just whether we're going to charge something at a higher cost immediately and pay for it immediately, or lower the cost by bonding it out prudently over time. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think you said it more eloquently than I could.
Thank you.
I think we have a lot more speakers on the subject and time's running short. I'll call on the representative sitting three people to my right from the town of Merrimack, known as Representative Thomas.
What is going on? I'm sorry?
I want to make sure that we properly identify you.
Thank you, Douglas.
That would
Okay.
be Vice Chair, please.
Well, you call me, respect requires respect. Thank you. Representative Wendy Thomas here. So I am arguably the head of our household with regard to the budget, right? I've got 6 kids. I mean, they're grown now. But I learned pretty early on to set aside money for broken bones, stitches, doctor's appointments, all that kind of stuff. If your business is to keep people supplied with something, wouldn't you be setting up a rainy day fund, essentially a rainy day fund, to cover these costs? I mean, wouldn't you be proactive in setting up something? Why are we talking about being caught short during events that we know are accumulating and happening more often?
I think that goes back to the prudency and just and reasonable, barrier or threshold, or whatever you want to call it. Utilities make investments every year in upgrading and reinforcing and, in resiliency and reliability. They're limited in the amount of investments they can make, under the just and reasonable, at the commission. you're gonna have to ask one of the utilities. That's the best that I can answer that
I
question.
will. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and that is ending the testimony. Seeing no further questions, and segue into introducing Mr. Michael Licata from Eversource.
Large chair. Good morning, Michael Licata, Director of Government and Community Relations for Eversource. Appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. Eversource does support the legislation and a lot of good questions and good discussion. Hopefully I can provide a little bit of additional context and background that may be helpful. So as you've heard, securitization is simply a financing tool where assets are bundled together, isolated, and then turned into a bond. In New Hampshire, we call them rate reduction bonds in the statute. The purpose of securitization is to lower bill impacts for customers of significant events. This is achieved because securitized bonds can receive, as you've heard, a AAA rated interest rate, and that is lower than the utility's cost of capital. You can also get payment over a longer term of time versus the traditional utility rate recovery mechanism approved by the Commission. So over term, and also the difference between the AAA rated interest rate and the utility's cost of capital is where you see the savings manifest. Securitized bonds can receive this AAA rating because they are repaid through a non-bypassable charge, and as was discussed by Representative Sneller, they are essentially a much lower risk product into the marketplace. RSA 369B was adopted in 2000. And it authorizes the Public Utilities Commission to review and approve proposals from utilities to securitize very specific financial assets. I did a little bit of research. These numbers are a little bit stale, as you'll hear, but between 1997 and 2022, securitization was used and approved by utilities and approved by commissions across the country 95 times in 25 states. So this is a financing mechanism that is well understood and well used across the country. In New Hampshire, this authority has been used 3 times. In 2001, it was used as part of the sale of the Seabrook Power Plant. In 2022, it was used to unwind or reduce costs of biomass PPAs. And then in 2018, as you heard from Representative Vos, it was used to complete divestiture of Eversource's remaining power plants. Today, RSA 369B only allows for the securitization of very specific assets. The bill before you today, 1539, would simply add storm costs to the list of expenses that the PUC is authorized to securitize. It only allows, the bill before you, the PUC to securitize storm costs that have already been found to be prudent as part of a separate proceeding. As Representative Vos said, it does not in any way alter, weaken, reduce the level of scrutiny these storm costs are subjected to by the Public Utilities Commission and other parties as part of a fully adjudicative proceeding. The bill before you does not require a utility to file any cost for securitization, nor does it require the Public Utilities Commission to approve securitization. I'll just circle back that the purpose of securitization is to lower bill impacts to customers. If securitization does not yield benefits to customers, the utility would not propose it, and the Public Utilities Commission would not approve it. As you heard previously, the PUC would review securitization as part of a fully adjudicative proceeding that is separate and distinct from the review of the prudent costs in response to storms. Many parties, including obviously the consumer advocate, the Department of Energy, and any other interested party, could fully participate in those proceedings. They are quite different from a traditional rate case. It is much more akin to a review of a financing order. So a bit less involved, because the decisions on whether the costs were prudently incurred had already been reviewed and approved. We're supporting this legislation because there were numerous severe weather events that we had to respond to between 2022 and 2024. We responded to 23 major storms, including 4 out of the top 10 most damaging storms in terms of customer impacts that we have on record. This also included the single largest customer impact event that we have on our reported history, which was in April of 2024. It was a very heavy, wet snow event right before the solar eclipse. That event resulted in 332,000 customers being without power. It took us 5 days to respond to that event, and the cost of that single event alone was $113 million. By comparison, the previous most largest event that we had was the 2008 ice storm, which I think anyone who is in New Hampshire remembers. That resulted in 322,000 customers being without power for 14 days. You can see the difference in terms of the response time, 5 days versus 14 days, for a total cost at the time of $72 million. I would point out that if you adjust for inflation, it's right around $100 million in 2022. So you can see the comparison. As Representative McGee had said previously, the total amount in responding to all of these events between those 2 years was approximately $450 million. The costs associated with those storm response are currently being reviewed by the Public Utilities Commission as part of 2 separate filings. The 2022 to 2023 storms were filed in March of 24, and the 2023 to 2024 were filed in March of last year, and there is a hearing on those costs, the second batch, this spring. The PUC will rule on the prudency of our decision-making and spending as part of that review. If this legislation is passed, the amount that is reviewed by the PUC and found to be prudent could be securitized, again, if this becomes law. I do just want to point out one small item in the bill, which is on page 2, line 16, starts on line 15. It says, "The Commission shall issue a final decision on such application for financing of storm costs within 60 days of the receipt of the application by an electric utility." We understand 60 days is a very short time frame, and we're certainly sensitive to the resource concerns that we heard from state agencies. And so we would be very much amenable to having some flexibility there, having a longer time frame. Representative Harrington noted the fiscal note. We noted that as well. I think it's fair to say we were surprised at some of the numbers included in there. Once these orders are issued, there's sort of compliance filings that go on, but the idea that you need 2 full-time positions over a 3-year period surprised us. So we wonder if providing a little bit of flexibility there on that time frame might help reduce the burden. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions. I guess just to maybe respond to a couple of the questions that I heard, although I don't think I got all of them. There was a question on the term of the bond. The legislation, the existing statute, and the bill before you today does not define a term for the bond. That is actually one of the items that we would be working with financial consultants in order to identify the best term. Is it in tranches? The makeup of the bond, and that would be presented to the Public Utilities Commission for review. The timing of the issuance of the bond, that was discussed. That is also something that is discussed and worked on with experts in this field, financial institutions that do this more commonly, and all of that is designed, those decisions which are presented to the Public Utilities Commission are designed to achieve the best cost savings for customers, essentially. Representative Wendy Thomas had asked a question about a rainy day fund, and I think that's a fair question. And we do have a rainy day fund. There is essentially a storm fund that is $19 million. We collect through distribution rates every year. And the intent of that is if we have major storms, those are reviewed through the normal course, and that $19 million is applied. Obviously, $19 million compared to $450 million in costs is why we're before you today talking about this bill. Just to put things a little bit in context, I know talking to Representative McGee and others had asked similar questions, just to give folks sort of a sense of historic spending on storms. 2016 to 2017, we had 11 major events for a total cost of $45 million. 18 to 19, 9 storm events for $14 million. 19 to 20, 9 events for $16 million. 20 to 21, 8 events for $42 million. 21 to 22, 9 events for $15 million. 22 to 23, 9 events, $222 million, and then 23 to 24, 19 events for $216 million. I don't have the 2025, the most recent winter. I will tell you, I didn't have to work quite as much on the weekends and nights, so it was a much, much quieter storm season. So it would not be anywhere near, much more in line with previous years. With that, I would be happy to answer questions that the committee may have.
I have a question, Mr. Licata. Just for clarification, this bill would not preclude or mandate that the utility would have to have declared a storm emergency versus an ordinary storm in order for the PUC to act?
Sure. So first and foremost, this bill contains no mandates at all. It is purely enabling. There is not a mandate on a utility to take any action under the bill, nor is there any regulatory mandate. The storms that we're referring to here are what's known as major storms, and there's a threshold in terms of the number of trouble spots. Those aren't outages, but essentially spots that we have to respond to that trigger an event to be considered a major storm. And so those are the storms, the major storms that each year we make a filing with the Public Utilities Commission for review and approval, and we can take those storms and apply them against the major storm fund that I mentioned previously. The non-major storms, those are costs that the utility has to absorb.
Representative Mattson.
Yeah, just for clarification, Eversource is in more than just New Hampshire.
Yes.
These totals that you're giving us, are these just New Hampshire totals?
That is just New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Licata, for coming in and taking my question. Oop, can you hear me?
Yes.
Something just unplugged there, but okay. I think we all recognize that this seems to be a prudent mechanism to lower rates for people year to year. The problem that some of us might have with this is, as opposed to previous allowances for bonding that you mentioned, such as the Seabrook divestiture and the biomass plant, those were one-time events, not good news for anybody. Neither are storms good news, but this is much more open-ended because we know from the science that the severity and the frequency of extreme storms and these ice events in particular are bound to increase. So I guess my question is, at what point does it not become prudent to continue to ladder these bonds one on top of the other?
Sure. So a few thoughts, and I know this has been a common question that was asked. I think first and foremost, securitization comes at a cost. It is an undertaking to put together the bond. Just to be clear, we're in Unitil service territory right now, so I can't comment on it. There is cost associated with securitization. So in order to make the numbers work and therefore for there to be savings, we need to talk about significant numbers in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So this is not a tool that you would use for, I mentioned some storm years with $45 million. That's an active year, but this would not be a tool for that. And it would not be sort of the normal course. I would also say, as we talked about, the alternative is that we are recovering through the traditional mechanisms. If the storm cost recovery fund that I had previously mentioned, that $19 million, if we have costs that exceed that, then we get approval from the Public Utilities Commission to collect the costs through a reconciling mechanism on the bill. So we are recovering with our cost of capital regardless. And so, if we see more significant events more frequently in the future, I guess my view is securitization would make sense. Then I think we would be happy to, not pleased, right? But it would be good to have this tool available. And that's all it is as a tool. So I think you need to just consider the alternative of, if securitization is not available and we have another year of storms that we incur $200 million, 450 over 2 years, then it will be good to have the optionality to use securitization, because not paying for those storms, unfortunately, going out and fixing the lines is not an option.
Representative Harrington.
Hold on one second. I think it on.
There it goes. There we go. Oh, multi-talented man here. Maybe we'll hire you to keep the lights on, or keep the chairman away from the switch, one or the other. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned the thing about the 60-day things, which I can say is virtually impossible to live with. The longer the period, of course, the longer it takes for the utilities to start getting paid back. What would you consider a more appropriate time frame in there? Because 60 days just isn't going to work.
Yeah, we looked at, appreciate that, and we looked at sort of historic precedent. The last time securitization was used in 2018, which I would just say was a much more complicated case. And the reason for that was the utility, Eversource, had made the securitization filing for the sale of the remaining power plants, the Bow plant, Newington, Schiller. The sale of those plants had not been completed. So there was a lot of complexity in the amount that would be securitized. That took 7 months. And so in this case, we will have a number if we go forward with this. We would not go forward before the Public Utilities Commission obviously gives us the number that is prudently incurred. So, 4 months of review, I mean, that's what we've discussed internally, seems like a reasonable approach. But I will say I have had conversations with the Department of Energy, and I'm sensitive to their concerns. Obviously, we have a governor and council process that takes time. So, we're willing to work with the parties to identify an appropriate number.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think we've established that we're trying to add basically storm recovery costs as a category that you're allowed to do a securitization in for RSA 369, which already exists and has been used for other types of utility costs that are in this, major category. Right? It's a lot of money. So what I would like to do is just take a look at what the bill enables in terms of the specific language under establishment of the rate recovery charge costs. Page 2 starts on line 20, the section, and it says the commission shall set the RRB charge per kilowatt hour of electricity for delivery of retail electric service in an amount necessary and sufficient to provide for the full recovery of principal, premium, if any, interest, and credit enhancement on the rate reduction bonds in accordance with the amortization schedule for such bonds determined at the time of offering, as well as all other fees, costs, and charges in respect to the rate reduction bonds based upon the electric utility's reasonable assumptions, including sales forecasts. So I wonder if you could explain to us, the only two here that I don't really understand and would have some question about is the credit enhancement on the rate reduction bonds, and then the last section that says based upon the electric utilities assumptions, including sales forecasts. I don't know what that has to do with the bond and how it's configured and what you would be recovering.
Sure. So just to start, all of that is existing statute, with the exception of we add premium, if any, to again the existing statute in the bold italicized. The credit enhancement on the rate reduction bonds, that one I'm going to have to come back with an answer for you. I don't know the specifics on how that was applied in the past or might be applied on this, but I'd be happy to ask the folks who would know that. And so the second part, or the last part of the section where it talks about the utility's reasonable assumptions, including sales forecasts. Essentially, this is the comparison that the commission is making, right? So here's the normal course of the cost to recover, and then here is the securitized forecast. So what's the interest rate? How many customers are you collecting that amount over? That does impact. So what is our longer term sales forecast? So those are the data points that the commission will be, exactly, will be looking to make that determination about, is this in the public interest? Will this provide benefit to customers?
Just follow up. So all I was trying to do was, I understand that there is existing language, but this was for other categories, and I'm just wondering if this is common. All of these pieces of the recovery are the common aspects that we see in other states, or if they vary, and whether this is. That's all.
Sure. That first section, full recovery of principal, premium, if any, interest, credit enhancement on the rate reduction bonds. Those are all sort of the components within the bond, and we were adding the premium, if any, just to make sure we're capturing everything that would be a part of the securitization offering.
I'm going to take the last question from Merrimack Representative Thomas, and we can move on.
And for the record, I'd like to say that you are publicly mocking me for wanting to identify which specific rep is speaking. Thank you for taking my question. You keep mentioning the $17 million rainy day fund. Thank you for bringing $19 million rainy day fund. Thank you for bringing that up. And you keep saying that it's not nearly enough based on the last couple of years. When is that increased, and who makes the decision to increase that?
Sure, it actually was recently increased. It was 12 million, and it went up to the 19 million. That was part of the our most recent rate case, which we got an order from the commission in August. That fund was actually established in 1999. It was actually part of the divestiture proceeding, and I believe at the time it was a few $1,000,000. And so, when I say it's not nearly enough, it's not nearly enough to recover a year that has $222 million. As I, kind of walked through some of the past filings that we made, there are certainly years that is enough. One thing to consider, it does, if there is a balance, it rolls over, it accrues, so that way if it rains, if it snows, if it ices, there is money available in it. But the flip side of that is in customer rates today, and so that is something that they're paying for. And if you had a situation where it was too much, we would be looking to make it. The commission would be looking to make an adjustment down. I don't know if I directly answered the second part of who makes that adjustment. It is the Public Utilities Commission through an adjudicative process.
And follow up. Thank you. I know that you support this bill. Did Eversource request this bill?
Yes, we did.
Thank you.
With that, thank you for your testimony. I'm going to call upon Meg Stone from the Department of Energy and make a statement that we have 4 speakers left on here. We are already over the time for the next bill, so we request your testimonies stick to anything that is new, has been said so far, and same goes for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Meg Stone, Legislative Liaison with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is neutral on this bill. I know it has been mentioned, but we believe it's very important that these storm costs, these are after a hearing the PUC has found prudently incurred by the electric distribution utility for preparation, restoration, and response to storm damage. These rate reduction bonds potentially reduce the carrying charges that customers pay, while also potentially allowing for the recovery of costs over a longer period of time and effectively smooth out charges to ratepayers. At this time, given we don't know what the interest rate of these reduction bonds would be issued or over what period of time, we can't calculate if there would be any long-term savings to customers or to the state. We anticipate we would need to obtain consultants to assist the department in the review of any utility filing requesting PUC approval to issue rate reduction and to review the bond issuance. The department would undertake the RFP process for a consultant. We estimate, as noted in the fiscal note, that this would cost between $250,000 to $650,000, which would be assessed to the petitioning utility. I know Representative Harrington isn't here at the moment, but he did ask earlier if the application were to be rejected by the PUC, what would happen. These consultants for the department would be there to analyze and assess the applications. We would still assess the petitioning utility for those costs. And as Mr. Licata had mentioned, we do have that one item for consideration in the proposed language, page 2, line 15 through 17, and also on page 2, lines 35 through 37 regarding the 60-day timeline. Just with procuring a consultant, going through that RFP process, it takes about 60 days. The RFP has to be out and then an additional 30 days for the GNC process. But of course, we have already had some conversations internally and certainly willing to work with the sponsor committee and utilities on what might be mutually agreeable for that. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Seeing no question. Representative McGee.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stone, for being with us. My question is just, I don't disagree that maybe there would need to be a consultant hired, but I'm wondering why it wouldn't be to the PUC, who've been in front of us telling us that they really need resources in order to complete their work. And it seems like it would be research that would be helping them in the decision making that they're required to make. So is there some reason why it's on the DOC side of the ledger?
Yeah,
DOE.
Thank you for the question. It's common practice for the department to have consultants to to work on these dockets and the investigatory proceedings to analyze any types of petitions that are coming in and anything like that.
So my question is, we talked about a bright red line when the Department of Energy was formed in 2021, and I'm still trying to figure out how that works. If you guys are securing the answers, then how does that work with the regulatory body? Then you're giving them the answers rather than them securing it themselves. Is that a change?
Thank you for the question. There is the line between the Public Utilities Commission and the department. The department is a party in these investigations, and these are we're not making the decision for the commission. This is for the department to come in with evidence, well, with their opinion on the case.
Okay, well, Vice Chair Thomas, thanks you for your testimony, Ms. Stowe.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon the next speaker, which is Mr. Joe Casey, representing the IBEW.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Joe Casey. I'm a resident of Rochester, New Hampshire, and I'm here today as a representative of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, representing Local 104, Local 1837, and our international office. And I'm here and pleased to offer our support for HB 1539. The IBEW represents approximately 4,000 highly skilled tradespeople in New Hampshire, which includes electrical workers for most of the New Hampshire electrical utilities and the outside line workers for scores of electrical contractors throughout the state and region. Our members are the first responders in all major storm outages, and in this role we have experienced firsthand the increased frequency and significant impact of these storms in the region. Considering this, it is important that state enact policies protect utilities and their customers, especially customers of smaller utilities, from the unexpected financial impacts and catastrophic natural events. HB 1539 protects electrical customers, utilities, as well as the thousands of working families that rely on these companies to be strong and stable. While maintaining appropriate regulatory oversight and review, HB 1539 would give New Hampshire and the state's utilities the ability to structure these storm costs in a manner that maintains affordability for electrical customers by reducing financing rate and structure favorable terms throughout the state's backed bonds. Given the likelihood that these major storms will continue to impact our state for years to come, it is important that New Hampshire have effective mechanisms for securing the cost of these events. I've provided a letter from our international vice president, the 2nd District, which is all 6 New England states. And once again, I ask you to support HB 1539. Thank you. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you. Seeing other questions, I appreciate it. I'd like to call on Mr. Nate Graves from the BIA.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the committee. Nate Graves for the Business and Industry Association, the Statewide Chamber of Commerce. We support this legislation. As you've asked us to limit our testimony to new items, I really don't have a lot to add other than I support everything Mr. Licata said. And I will also add that, you know, our understanding from the broader business community is that there's the potential here to lower some of the costs and smooth out electrical costs, which is very important for planning, particularly for large energy users across the state. Happy to take any questions if you have any for me.
Thank you. Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, the last speaker will be Mr. John Gage, representing himself. Welcome.
Thank you, Vice Chairman and committee. It's good to see you all again. I'd like to talk about the difference. There's two kinds of costs that we're talking about paying for here. prudently incurred storm recovery costs, but I think the second one is imprudently incurred storm recovery costs. Imprudently incurred costs are what we're getting from the scientifically identified pollution problem from fossil fuels. Every 1 degree Celsius of warming increases the water vapor in the atmosphere by 7%, leading to stronger, more severe precipitation events. I encourage you to contact the state climatologist if you have any doubts that it is incontrovertible that climate change from fossil fuel pollution is costing New Hampshire and the costs are increasing. We heard Mr. Mark Brown claim he didn't have an answer to who should pay the costs of the rising damages that are being caused by fossil fuel pollution. Well, his organization, as I understand it from dsmog.com, is funded by fossil fuel industry players. This bill seems open-ended. The state is potentially going to give Eversource a potentially ever-increasing amount right to take loans out to pay for increasing damages. I agree that we do need to account for the expensive 50-year storms, and we should give our utilities the ability to spread the costs and reduce the lending costs of doing so as much as possible. But I don't think we should let them off the hook for the imprudently incurred costs. I ask you to add to this bill a requirement that Eversource consider climate change from fossil fuel pollution and how they can actively and prudently work on reducing that pollution to reduce our costs that they're going to be charging us. So as a ratepayer, I strongly encourage you to invite our state expert in climate science to your committee to answer the questions that some of you have about climate change from fossil fuel pollution. When one of the committee members mentioned the scientific consensus about this problem, some of you reacted disdainfully. I lose sleep because of climate change, because I have done a deep dive into the science, and I find it extremely irresponsible that the state is
just
not.
pardon for a second, please. We'd like to keep to the actual subject of the bill, please. Do you find anything in the bill that's different than what we already heard?
I did. I asked you to make an amendment to the bill to hold Eversource accountable for what right now are imprudently incurred storm damage costs. They need to participate in policymaking to address this climate pollution. There are policies that are recommended by economists to put a price on this pollution, rebate the money back to households, and use a border adjustment to hold every other country accountable for its pollution. These are the kinds of things that Congress is waiting for businesses and elected leaders and citizens to give them permission to do. We need them to do it for our safety, but we need our businesses and our local legislators to step up to this pollution problem because it is increasingly costing us. And this bill is one of the artifacts. There's no limit on the amount of spending that could be necessary for storm damage recovery. I think we need to take more prudent steps than are being currently taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you so much for your testimony. Oh. Go ahead, ask your question for Mr. Gage. It's a representative partial.
Thank you so much,
sorry.
Chair. And thank you for your testimony. In Massachusetts, I believe, and I wish we could ask Mr. Licata more about this. They have a subsidiary, NSTAR, which is set up solely to fund green initiatives. Are you saying that something like that in this bill would make this more acceptable as far as combating the actual cause of our increasing storm damage?
I'm a volunteer and actually the state coordinator with Citizens Climate Lobby. I've done a lot of research on the economics of climate change and the policies that are necessary to adequately address the problem. These local efforts of subsidizing things are good things to do, but they will not impact the trend that we are on of increasing climate damages. What's needed there is a global price on carbon and complementary policies. So it's up to businesses like Eversource to engage in state and federal policies to reduce our local pollution, as you said, but also to drive federal policies to enable Congress to put a price on pollution and push that price around the world.
Thank you for your answer.
With that, I declare the public hearing for this bill closed. And I'd like to take a 30-second break before moving to the next bill because we are over time, but just a 30-second break to get everybody reorganized here. Okay, 30 seconds are up. I'd like to open the public hearing for HB 1567 relative to the evaluation of telecommunications use of public rights of way. And I will introduce Representative Durkin as the prime sponsor. Good. Thank you.
I like this chair.
Representative, you're on.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Thank you for your time this morning. I'd like to introduce myself, Sean Durkin, Co-Aus 1, which includes Lancaster, Dalton, Stark, and Northumberland, where, by the way, it was a balmy minus 10 degrees this morning when I left. I'm here today to introduce you House Bill 1567. This bill is relative to RSA 72:8-C, which is pertaining to the valuation of telecommunication right-of-ways. I'd also like to introduce you to Jim Wheeler. He's a civil engineer with the Sansui Group out of Lancaster. As a subject specialist expert in this space, I would like to pass this over to Mr. Wheeler for his additional comments. Jim?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair and committee, for indulging me. So the purpose of House Bill 1567 is to establish a statutory formula to assess the value of telecommunication companies' use of the public right-of-way. The use is recognized as a property right by the Supreme Court, and so it's treated as real property. The valuation of this property has been the subject of numerous tax abatements and appeals over the years. So a standardized approach to valuation is expected to reduce disputes, and this property type lends itself to a straightforward formula. So I think it was in 2019, 728D, which governs the valuation of electric, gas, and water, was modified similarly. A simple formula was put in place to value the rights of way for those items. 728C, which governs telecommunications, was modified at the time. However, I think it was essentially an oversight that a formula for valuation of the right-of-way was not instituted at that time. So it's really just this is just something that's been in cleanup, yeah, essentially. Probably should have happened back in 2019. It didn't, and so we're putting forth a simple formula now. So from 728D, which is the section of the statute that deals with electric, gas, and water, I just want to read to you the formula. And the formula in that statute is, to the appraisal under subparagraph A, for the use of public rights of way and private distribution system easements, the selectmen or assessors shall add 3% of the valuation determined under subparagraph A. Essentially what that's saying is the assessor is going to value all the real property, and then to have a simple formula, we're just going to multiply that times 3%. There it is, done, no argument. It's been put in place. It's been working very well. It works for the power utility. Unfortunately, it won't work in telecom because largely most of the property, the wires, what have you, are exempt under the law, and most of the poles are owned by the power company. So if you did 3% of the assets, it would be 3% of 0. 3% of 0 is still 0, so you really wouldn't get a reasonable valuation. The proposed legislation proposes another very simple formula, and that formula is essentially length times width times an average valuation. The length is well known because it's using miles of road. The width that I have implied in this case is a 1-foot width for the right-of-way occupied by the telecommunications line. And then the land value is essentially the average land value across the community for residential and commercial industrial land. So of those three components, the width is probably the one that the telecommunication companies would, I assume if they're going to disagree with something, it would be that. And honestly, I think that the 1-foot width is reasonable, but it could be something else. And I just wanted to put that forward to you so that when you're considering this bill, that the formula still works if a different right-of-way number is chosen. So with that, certainly answer any questions.
I have one question. Sorry, I have one a question first. I assume that the number of 43,560 is your average.
So that number is required because it's there are 43,560 square feet in an acre, and usually valuation is done on a per acre basis. So it just converts the area to acreage.
Thanks for the clarification.
43,000 is 1 acre.
All right, thanks for the clarification. Representative Bernardi, question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So if you applied your formula to the utilities, would you get the same number as the 3% rate?
I've not done that calculation. I know I was around when the 3% was chosen. Honestly, I don't think there was any magic or any great rationale to the 3%. It was really, everybody wanted a standardized formula, and they decided 3% was the number to use. So there's no equality, I think, necessarily between these two things.
I would say that also that has a lot to do with based on the value of the adjacent properties, because that's where it's coming from.
Yeah.
Some property is going to be placed that sets at $1 million an acre, some's going to be valued at 5,000 an acre. That's just a number.
Thank you.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just the 43,560. This is basically a way that you're normalizing it by a 1 foot width.
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
And the other question I had really was where it says multiplied by the total length of all class 1, 2, 4, and 5 roads. We're talking about the roads that are adjacent to the poles. Is that right?
Yes. If for instance, a simple way, if you went on Google Maps and drove around on all those roads, you would see poles and wires on those roads. So those essentially are the roads that have poles and wires.
Right, yeah, I was just confused because it says adjacent land multiplied by the total length of the roads, and it's like, well, we have a lot of these roads in the state. You're not talking about all roads in the state. You mean the roads adjacent to the land that the poles are
Yes.
on. So that could be clarified. Also, what about class 3?
Class 3, those are the recreational roads, I think. I know I have that definition with me. So I don't believe those are roads that have wires. Yeah, class 3 recreational roads, it's essentially a road going into a park or something like that, and they typically don't have the poles and wires.
Thank you.
Representative LaRochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm a sitting Rochester City Councilor, and I was sitting when we tried to tax Verizon for their use of the right-of-way. They took us to court, and we lost. However, the court did say that if we had an agreement with them, then we could incorporate a tax. So we generated an agreement, and I believe we currently tax them. So my question to you is do you have a corresponding agreement, and could you not include these factors in your agreement? Thank you.
Well, I don't have an agreement. I work for an appraisal firm. We work for multiple communities across the state. So I would not necessarily have an agreement, nor would my firm, right? Each community may have an agreement. I don't.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'm a little confused about this, how this is working. In paragraph 1, it says the value of wooden poles or conduits employed, and it goes on to define how that's being done. Then in 2, it says addition to the appraisal determined under paragraph 1, the assessed value for public use of right-of-ways shall be equal to the average assessed value, then it goes on with this formula. So is it equal to what's defined in paragraph 2, period? Or is it what's defined in paragraph 1 in addition to what's in paragraph 2?
In addition to. So paragraph 2, the new language, is only to assess the use of the right-of-way. It's not to assess a value on poles and conduits. And paragraph 1 is relative to the poles and conduits.
Follow up? So what you're saying is you're going to have, whatever the assessment is now, then you're going to do a different assessment to cover right-of-way, and that's going to be added on to the first one to make a...
For the total value,
okay.
Yes.
So this is in fact a tax increase?
No, it's not, because it's currently being done. The use of the right-of-way is, again, the Supreme Court has upheld that is real estate, and it should be taxed, and it is taxed. It's just that now there is not a standardized formula.
I'm a little confused. Either it's being taxed, how is it being taxed now?
An appraisal firm like ours, or any other appraisal firm, or the assessor would have some method of assigning a value to it. And because there isn't a formula, you can imagine there are different ways that it's valued. But it's being valued now just through the work of an assessor or an appraiser. But there is no standardized
So
formula.
the value the cost may go up or it may go down. You don't know.
Sure. Yeah, based on how it's being
Thank you.
done. Yeah.
Representative McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So I understand the crux of the argument, and Representative La Rochelle has experienced this in his town. They attempted to do this, and he provided us with some information on sort of where the courts came down in terms of the issues involved. And basically, they require that there be a franchise agreement or right-of-way use agreement with a telecom in order for them to have any obligation to pay a property tax on the right-of-way. And I think they're doing that basically to prevent sort of arbitrary taxes being placed on them, which would then get passed on to people because they're already being charged for the infrastructure, which they're not humans inhabiting, right? So the use would be questionable because they're already paying for the physical structures, right? They already pay taxes on that. So I guess my question would be, how did you come to decide, what is the impetus for you trying to get this tax created in the state of New Hampshire where it's already been sort of adjudicated and rejected by the courts?
Well, again, this is not to create a tax. It's just to create a standardized formula. It's the public use of the right of way is taxable, and it is being assessed by communities, but dependent on the assessor, it might happen, differently. The Assessing Standards Board took this issue up, I know, just a few years ago, and I know they recognized the need for a formula, and it's just not something they've gotten around, I think, to doing yet. But
I guess it's the choice of terms that how we're trying to interpret the terms, because the public use is already covered, I think, by the fact their telecommunications are transmitting, right, with fiber or whatever, however they're moving. That infrastructure already has a tax on it. So like a human, they're not actually using the rights of way physically. And I think that's where probably the distinction came in, is if you don't have an actual agreement with them that they're going to pay that additional use tax, then they're not on the line for it. At least that's how I interpret what exists in law today.
yeah, I guess I would just point out that under, it seems like this might be relevant, under 72.8A, which is the piece of the statute that talks about what is taxable, it exempts most of what the telecom equipment. In other words, it's other devices and equipment, including wires, fiber, optics, switching equipment employed in the transmission of telecommunication, cable, or commercial mobile radio services shall not be taxable as real estate. So under 72.8A, it's just the poles, essentially poles, wires, conduits that are taxable. I don't know how this exemption ever came about. Because if you look on the analogous side under the power industry, the wires and all of that real estate is taxable. So, but for telecom, it's not. A lot of their equipment is exempt.
Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. I'd like to call up Mr. Jim Michaud from the Town of Hudson Assessing Department, please.
Good morning, committee members. For the record, my name is Jim Michaud. I'm Chief Assessor for the Town of Hudson. My position on this is in regards to the Hudson Assessing Department. The Board of Selectmen have not weighed in with a pro or con on this bill itself. And I don't have much to add based upon the testimony of Jim Wheeler. But one of the impetuses for the valuation of the telephone poles owned by telecoms was to do away with the lawsuits. And it did. And we have this last remaining piece that's still producing lawsuits in municipalities around the state, and that's the valuation of this right of way. It's an existing responsibility of communities to value the rights in the right of way, and there's no standardized methodology for it. And I agree with Mr. Wheeler. This is the kind of property type that really does speak to having a universal methodology for every community to use. Let's stop making the attorneys rich, right? And so I'm in favor of a solution. This is a suggested solution. There may be more than one suggested solution, but that's really the thrust of this, is to bring consistency and really, stop the needless waste of municipalities and taxpayers' money in court on this. And we want to make sure that we have something that's universal and is something that is predictable. And I know that business, appreciates predictability. Our poll license agreements have been amended en masse, as recommended by municipal attorneys, to make sure that we accommodate the taxation language in the issuance of our poll licenses. And let's see, this issue was discussed by the Assessing Standards Board. They didn't come to a resolution on it. I believe they were waiting for the sale of the polls from Consolidated or Northern New England Telephone to Eversource, but they've never gotten back to it. And it just another year goes by and there's more lawsuits. We currently use the services of George E. Sansu CP LLC for evaluation of a public utility property, as well as the value of the rights of way, whether those be the rights of way that are used by Comcast, the cable provider, and or Consolidated or Northern New England Telephone. That is the thrust of my testimony.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you. You talked about lawsuits and costs to municipalities. Can you tell me, is there any direct impact to Hudson because of this in the past, as far as, can you give me a cost?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I didn't come here equipped today with costs. We have been litigated upon, we have sued. And because the relative amount of taxes at work and the relative value, the decision was made to basically enter into a settlement. And of course, our settlement might be different than another community settlement. So there's no uniformity to the settlements either. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So you indicated that we need a standard procedure. This is one. You're in the assessing business. Are there others, or are there different ones that may be better or that we ought to consider?
Thank you for the question. I imagine that the industry probably has an opinion on a different approach to value. I would welcome their participation in this process to arrive at if need be, a compromise that might be different than this. Certainly, one could take an approach that 1 foot width is not an acceptable amount of space to be assessed on for this right-of-way use. They might have a different approach to, as far as what the land value should be. What's good about this bill, about this thrust of this proposal, is the assessed value of the land is already known. The amount of acreage in our community is already known. It's on the DRA MS1, our summary valuation sheet. It's public information, and it's local, right? So the land value in Pittsburgh on their MS1 is going to be different than the land value in Piermont and Pelham. And but that's a long answer that I'd be acceptable to me to look at somebody else's proposal as well.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Michaud, for being with us again. You're always a wealth of knowledge, and we're very happy to have you here. So my thought is that from what I had read about precedent so far in terms of the legal situation, is that if we're overriding contractual agreements, then wouldn't there also be lawsuits? I mean, that's would be my concern in us undertaking this rather than maybe undertaking what you're discussing, which is a stakeholder, effort in order to figure out what would be appropriate. Because if we override existing contracts, then wouldn't there also be lawsuits?
Thank you for the question. Most of the settlements that language that I have seen and that we have been involved in have a clause in there that says if there's a law that's going to override this, then the parts that it overrides, it's subject to being overridden by law, by new laws being established. I wish I had that paragraph because it's a very standard paragraph that both property taxpayers and their attorneys and municipal attorneys use, right? It's we don't know, the world may change, and we want to keep this intact for as long as we can. But once the law changes, legislature meets.
That is helpful. And follow up?
Well,
the only other issue that I would hope for more information on is whether or not you think the language that is listed here is sufficient, or that we should do more. As you said, it doesn't seem, well, I'm unaware whether this is appropriate, and I think we would be wanting to get it right if we're going to move forward.
Thank you for the question. In my opinion, this language is able to be understood by the taxpayer and municipalities and assessors. It is relatively simple in its approach. But if we hear from industry that there's something that needs to be changed here, then more than willing to listen to that.
Okay, Representative Lochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. As a city councilor from Rochester, I spent hours talking to our assessing department, and I don't see where this should reduce taxpayer money, because we've been to court, we've lost, we've won. So I see this as being a win for the residential payer, and I would think, and you can chime in on this, that this would be welcome by the assessing department, because I've talked to them, and they have to do comparables and do a lot of work trying to set an equitable tax. So do you think this would be widely accepted by the assessing departments? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Obviously, I can't speak for all the assessors in the state, but we did welcome the prior resolutions as far as the valuation of the poles and conduits owned by Telecom. We welcome the resolution to the valuation of distribution electric utility as well as gas utility. And that has reduced the number of abatement applications and freed us up to do the other parts of our job, 10 pounds of work in a 5-pound can. So I have to think that whether up or down, right, in terms of value or tax, to have one uniform method would be, for the whole state, would be welcome. And then you go to another community and you're assessing there, you don't have to learn a new approach. This is the approach.
Sounds good to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much, committee members.
Up next is Mara Weston, representing NECTA. Good morning and welcome to ST&E. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Nice to see all of you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. For the record, Chairman Vose, member of the committee, my name is Mara Weston. I'm here on behalf of the New England Connectivity and Telecommunications Association. Appreciate the opportunity again to be here. Throughout New England, NECTA members provide state-of-the-art internet, video, voice, wireless offerings, as well as cutting-edge products, services, and emerging technologies. NECTA members in New Hampshire include BreezeLine, Charter Communications, and Comcast. Together, our members service approximately 485,000 customers and offer services to more than 695,000 locations in 185 New Hampshire communities. That is our footprint. Today, we are here in opposition to House Bill 1567 because we believe it would further increase taxes and fees. We also believe that it would likely create disputes due to its complexity. It would enshrine in law a new formula to tax the use and occupation of the right-of-way under 7223 based on flawed and inaccurate assumptions. It is a new tax assessment methodology, and we are currently not aware of any disputes with our members who, again, operate virtually in every community in the state. I'm going to back up for a minute and focus on background on this issue. Our members currently compensate municipalities fully for the right to use the public right-of-way. And we believe any additional tax would be excessive, if not duplicative. Last year, NECTA members paid over $12 million to municipalities in the form of franchise fees. Franchise fees are unique to the cable industry, and other telecom providers are not necessarily subject to the litany of taxes and fees imposed on NECTA members. We negotiate franchise agreements with any city or town in which we provide service, and the purpose of that is to compensate for the use of the public rights-of-way for our infrastructure. This is permitted under federal law, and any municipality can impose a franchise fee of up to 5% of the operator's gross annual revenue for cable services. We believe that, as I stated, this would be a duplicative, perhaps discriminatory tax that is unwarranted and we find objectionable. Further, when we look specifically at the proposed formula, it would create a progressive scale where the use of the right-of-way for telecom infrastructure would be valued differently depending upon where in the state the property is located. If telecom infrastructure happens to run adjacent to high-value areas, that would seem to be taxed at an artificially high rate, even though neither the use or the intrinsic value or function of our infrastructure bears any relation to the value of the adjacent land. So thinking through this logically, if our infrastructure runs in a right-of-way that's adjacent to, say, expensive lakefront property, why should that be taxed at a higher value than, for example, infrastructure running along a more rural road that would have a lower assessed value? Providers in the right-of-way do not have exclusive use of the right-of-way. We have limited rights, no ownership interests that we can buy and sell, unlike other property owners. So we think that using the value of adjacent land as a proxy for the value of the right-of-way is flawed and would result in location sort of windfall tax untethered to the utility or economic reality of the infrastructure. And it really creates a horizontal inequity among telecom companies that are providing the same services in the same manner in different parts of the state. And I want to remind everyone something that you all know, is that the telecom industry is an incredibly competitive industry where every provider is doing their best to get your business. Additionally, we think that the proposed formula would create significant administrative complexity and actually give rise to potential disputes where we aren't aware of current disputes. The adjacency requirement would require communities to determine which parcels of land are adjacent to each network present in the town. And the provider's network designs and footprints vary greatly as competitive networks have proliferated. And further, the inclusion of class 1, 2, 4, and 5 road mileage as a proxy for network size, if you will, is on its face inaccurate and would invite dispute and potential litigation. Again, stepping back and looking at the public policy implications of this, we believe that the proposed tax scheme would introduce an element of market volatility for our companies in planning network upgrades and investments. My understanding is that reassessments need to occur once in every 5 years, and that would mean that tax liability for network infrastructure would be constantly shifting, as not all municipalities are on the same reassessment schedule, etc. It simply makes predictable reinvestment in networks more challenging. Our commitment to the state of New Hampshire and municipalities is evident in our investment data. Our members employ over 1,500 employees in New Hampshire, We have invested over $1 billion in the state in the last 3 years, including capital expenditures, employee wages, benefits, taxes, and fees, and charitable giving. This investment includes over $358 million in capital spending on technology and infrastructure investments and upgrades. And these are not one-time investments. We are committed to expanding and investing in our networks on an ongoing basis as technology continues to evolve. And while we appreciate that municipalities are always looking for ways to maximize their taxable assets, this tax scheme that's proposed in House Bill 1567 would only result in higher costs for our consumers, prolonged disputes, and compliance burden for infrastructure owners, and recurring administrative costs. For these reasons, we encourage you to recommend this bill inexpedient to legislate. I thank you for the opportunity to testify. I would urge you to adopt the adage that if it's not broken, don't fix it. And I am happy to try to answer questions if I am able. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weston. Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So if I understand what you're saying here is, let me just say an example then. So let's just take we're talking telephone poles near Lake Winnipesaukee. So one pole is adjacent to a waterfront lot on Lake Winnipesaukee. Now we follow those same telecommunication lines a mile further away, and it's nowhere near Lake Winnipesaukee. It's just a wooded lot. And then we follow it a couple more miles, and it's in downtown Wolfboro. So in the exact same telephone poles, one's going to be charged a huge fee because it's adjacent to Lake Winnipesaukee. One's going to be charged a lot less because it's on just a vacant lot. And then another one's going to be charged a somewhat higher fee because it's in downtown Wolfboro. Is that what you're saying, that they would vary from pole to pole,
So
even though the poles are exactly the same?
Sure. Thank you for the question. We're talking specifically about the use and occupation of the right-of-way, right? We already pay taxes on poles and conduits. So this is a separate additional tax on the use and occupation of the right-of-way. And I truly appreciate the analogy. As a layperson and as a native Granite Stater, I think about the varying degrees of taxation in the state. A lakefront property on Lake Winnipesaukee is going to have an assessed value that is vastly different than a neighboring town property that may be in current use, or a conservation easement. And so as I look at this, again, as a layperson, you could have a situation, hypothetically, I would think, where towns in the state with higher property values generally would have the right to assess a much higher tax than municipalities with lower tax rates. I grew up in the town of Walpole. Walpole's assessed values was significantly higher than, for example, Alsted. And that creates that windfall situation that I referenced, I believe.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Weston, for
Thank
taking
you.
my question. I actually have two. The first one is just to clarify. So am I correct that you're saying that the franchise fee in effect already covers the right of way, because this is something that the municipality is granting to the telecom for actually using the land?
Absolutely.
Okay. And my second question is, you said that you thought that using the length of the adjacent road as a proxy is flawed. Why is that?
It is my understanding that our infrastructure is not deployed on every state highway, city highway, and road, and consequently, it doesn't reflect where our infrastructure is actually deployed. And we think that it's a very complicated process to frankly, map exactly where each provider's infrastructure is actually deployed to know the length of that infrastructure.
Representative La Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you.
We've already heard that if there's an agreement in place, it supersedes this legislation. So, for example, we wouldn't be considered for this in the city of Rochester because we have a franchise agreement that would nullify the application of this bill. So my question is, do you have any idea of how much we're talking about? I mean, how many municipalities don't have agreements? Thank you.
I don't know the answer as to how many municipalities have agreements in place. My general understanding is that since the Rochester and Segtel cases, is that most municipalities have agreements in place for the use of the right-of-way, but I'm not sure of the number. I'm not sure that I understood, I think, the prior testimony in the same way you did. I'm not sure that an agreement would supersede this change in statute. In fact, to the contrary, I believe that once a formula is embedded in statute, it removes the local control to negotiate that process.
I have a question. I assume you've done the math using the formula that's proposed in this legislation for some portion of the right-of-way so that you could compare that to the current franchise agreement that's in place for that same piece of assessment. Could you tell us approximately what kind of a difference it would make?
Sure, I'll back up a little bit if that's okay. Thank you for the question. So the franchise fee is something that we're already paying in each municipality, again up to 5% of gross revenues. That is separate and distinct from a tax on the use and occupation of the right-of-way. So now we're talking about something additional. And to your question about doing the math, and I admit that I was not a math major. It is not my forte. But as I look at this as a formula, we're taking the average assessed per acre value of adjacent land to the right-of-way. Question, well, what that is, depending upon the municipality, where it's located, et cetera, et cetera. Multiplying it times the total length of all class 1, 2, 4, and 5 roads, inaccurate potentially, we believe, divided by 43,560. So to answer your question, and I am taking this very seriously, I don't mean to be facetious, but that's not math that we can do easily and accurately to come up with a number that would give us a current assessed value. We think that the proposed formula is flawed.
43,560 is the square footage of an acre?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. All right, further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
We have no more pink cards on this legislation. Is there anyone else who would like to speak about this bill before I close the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1567. And if you will give me a quick moment, I need to confer with my colleagues. Okay, we are going to take a lunch break and suspend committee activity for the next 90 minutes. We'll see you all back here at 1 o'clock to hear House Bill 1475 FN. Okay, welcome back to the afternoon session of Science, Technology, and Energy for Thursday, the 29th of January, 2026. For those of you who may be wondering, this is not a normal meeting day for ST&E. Normally we meet on Mondays and Tuesdays, but because of this past Monday's storm, we're making up some public hearings today so that we don't fall too far behind. And with that, I'm going to open a public hearing on House Bill 1475 FN, directing the Department of Energy to study the portion of electric distribution costs attributable to fixed versus usage-based charges. And I'm going to ask the prime sponsor of this legislation to introduce it to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm known for my short speeches on the floor. This will even be shorter. There's no need for the bill. This was a bill that was going to ask the Department of Energy to look into whether the need for a formal investigation on fixed versus variable costs was necessary. After I filed the bill, they already decided to do that. There's a docket filed. This bill is totally unnecessary, and the quickest way, according to the clerk, is just to ITL that. And I won't take any questions because there's no need for them.
Okay, thank you. So I have no other pink cards on this bill. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on House Bill 1475 FN? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1475-FN. Okay, thank you. And I will ask Vice Chair Thomas for a motion to move into executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion that we move into executive session.
Chair recognizes Representative McGee.
And I second that motion.
Moved and seconded that we move into executive session. Therefore, I will open an executive session on House Bill 1475 FN, and I will recognize Representative Harrington for a motion.
I move to ITL.
Chair recognizes Representative McGee.
Second that motion.
Moved and seconded that we move to adopt the motion of ITL for House Bill 1475 FN. Is there any discussion?
I don't have paperwork for that yet.
So the discussion is that the clerk doesn't have the paperwork yet. So hang on for a few seconds, and while we're waiting, I'll point out that the order that was issued by the PUC on December 31st was the order that I believe set up a investigatory docket that asked the very questions that this bill sought to get answers for. So that's where that's what necessitated that this bill be filed as ITL. Well, it looks like there's going to be a delay here. The clerk has to go get some paperwork. So,
How about those pads, huh?
yeah. Representative Schneller, do you have an issue to discuss in the interim?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just if we could understand what was behind the bill, because even though utilities will be handling that now, I'm curious what's behind that fixed versus variable. I don't understand. Could maybe Representative Harrington can lend some context to it?
Sure. The idea is that we have a fixed price that's fairly low on when you pay your bill. I think it's just been changed to about $19 or something like this. So this is regardless of how many kilowatt hours you use. So let's take for example, say one person uses 1,000 kilowatt hours, one person uses 100 kilowatt hours. Now, the cost that the utility has to service those customers has no change based on the 100 kilowatt hours versus 1,000 for example, utility buildings, utility property, utility HR, utility computer services, billing, meter reading, all that's the same regardless. Storms, let's say a wire comes down because of trees hitting it. Well, the cost again, is the same whether you use a lot of kilowatt hours or a few kilowatt hours. You're not causing the trees to fall down any faster. Telephone pole replacement, again, the amount of electricity usage is not driving the time frame on replacing telephone poles. Now, there are certainly some things like distribution systems, transformers and stuff that'll wear out faster with more usage. And the purpose of this was to look at that and see where's the balance between the two. I've talked to some people in other states, and a lot of people said that they believe it's much higher than that. A former FERC commissioner I've spoken to on this, and he says, Tony Clark, he also believes it's much higher than that. So the purpose of the bill was to have DOE look at it and say, is this worth a formal investigation? And I just didn't cross paths with the PUC. I filed the bill before that. They didn't know it. And then in the end of December, they said, we're going to do a formal investigation into it. So it makes the bill not necessary. But that's the whole idea behind it. Should there be a different fixed cost, not associated with usage, but based on actual fixed costs, which at least it appears there's a lot of fixed costs that are not based on how many kilowatt hours a month somebody uses, but everybody causes the same regardless of usage. That's the point of it.
Thank you.
It's sort of the same argument that's used about school districts. School district proponents, some folks say that the school district has a set number of fixed costs, buses, buildings, etc., regardless of how many students are in the school. So it's a similar kind of argument. All right, is there any further discussion on the question of ITL for HB 1475? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for HB 1475.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Not here. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Someone's not here. Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Chairman Bowes.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12 to nothing.
By a vote of 12-0, we adopt the motion of ITL on House Bill 1475. And without objection, it will go on the consent calendar.
No objection.
And Representative Harrington will write the committee calendar report, which I need before you leave today, if that's okay. All right. Having conducted all that business, we're going to close the exec session on House Bill 1475. Now, unfortunately, we can't hear the next bill until 2 o'clock because it's been noticed for 2 o'clock. So we now have a substantial amount of time where there is no official business before the committee. Is there anything that needs to be brought to the committee's attention from any member? Okay, we will take a extended break until 2 p.m. We'll see you then.
Okay, perfect. That's the last thing I needed.
Okay, it is 2 o'clock, and I promised to resume our activity at 2 o'clock, so here we are. In just a minute, we're going to hear House Bill 1718 FN relative to authorizing energy storage in connection with net metering. But first, a couple of housekeeping type things. During our lunch break today, I spoke with the clerk of the House, and we had a discussion about how to address fellow representatives. He said on the House floor, etiquette says that you address a fellow representative by referring to his home district or her as the home district. So you would refer to your colleague from Dover, for example. In committee, it is customary to refer to members of the committee and other House members who may be testifying as representative name or vice chair name. It's never appropriate to address another member in committee with their first name. So I just wanted to let everybody know that. Just a reminder of what House etiquette calls for. And now, before we start our public hearing, I'm going to recognize Vice Chair Thomas for a motion.
Motion to open up executive session for HB 1539 FM.
Chair recognizes Representative McGee.
I second that motion.
Moved and seconded that we open an exec session on House Bill 1539 FN. So I will open said executive session. And I will make a motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1539 FN and offer amendment number 2026-0409H. I have left a copy of this amendment on everyone's at everyone's place setting. And I recognize Vice Chair Thomas for a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded then that we adopt the motion of ought to pass using amendment 0409H. We'll take up the amendment first. What does the amendment do? If you look on line 12, this line replaces in the original bill a period that was described as 60 days with new text that says a period not to exceed 180 days. That's the only change that the amendment makes, and it's one that was mentioned during the course of the public hearing. I think it's a useful one, and I urge all members to adopt this amendment. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of amendment 0409H.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas.
It's still Representative Wendy Thomas, and yes.
Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 0.
By a vote of 15 to nothing, we adopt amendment 0409H to House Bill 1539 FN. That now brings us to the motion of ought to pass as amended. Is there any further discussion needed? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of the motion of ought to pass as amended.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, yes.
Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
15-0.
By a vote of 15-0, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1539 FN. It cannot go on the consent calendar due to the fact that it has a fiscal note attached, and I believe it's an early bill. And so it'll go on the regular calendar. I will write the calendar report. And with that, we'll close the executive session on House Bill 1539 FN. I thank the committee for their prompt activity or action on this bill. And now I'll turn it over to our vice chair for the next bill hearing.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing for HB 1718 FN and introduce Chairman Vose to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thomas. For the record, Representative Michael Vose, Town of Epping, representing Rockingham District 5. I'm here to introduce HB 1718 FN relative to authorizing energy storage in connection with net metering. This bill is a pretty simple and straightforward bill that allows a net metering customer to add battery storage and choose whether to net meter his electricity from the original generation equipment or to put the energy in a battery and net meter it later when it is exported to the grid. It sets up the required definitions and size determinations, and it also makes a couple of changes to the Public Utilities Commission and the Department of Energy with regard to their roles and responsibilities in the regulation of net metering. Beyond that, it doesn't do a lot. It's a fairly simple and straightforward bill, and it makes perfect sense when you think about it. If you're going to generate electricity with a solar system, for example, you can either export your excess to the grid immediately, but if you don't want to do that, you could put it in a battery, and you could either use it later, or you could export it to the grid later. There's no real difference if it's exported immediately or exported later. In fact, it might be more useful to the grid if you export it later if it's a time when the grid needs more electricity, such as in the evening. So, in the early evening, late afternoon, early evening. So I think this bill makes perfect sense, and as you will hear, there are a lot of people behind me who want to testify in favor of it, I believe. So I'm going to stop there, answer any questions, and then move on.
Representative Harrington.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I think this is correct, but I just want to make sure. The maximum output of the combined renewable energy source and the battery or the storage could not exceed the, like in the case of most, the 1 megawatt cap. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm looking at Representative Corman for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Chairman Vose, for taking my question. If a customer just has a single rate that they're getting for exports, is there any advantage to holding the energy in the battery for later export, as opposed to if they're getting some sort of time of use rate? when it might actually be advantageous to hold it and wait until rates are higher?
If there was a difference in rates, it certainly would. If there is no difference in rates, there's no financial advantage, but there could be an advantage to the overall system by sending your exports to the grid at a time when the grid needs the energy.
Follow up.
Then what would incentivize a customer to wait until the grid needs it?
There would be no incentive. That would be strictly up to the customer's choice. Until and unless we get time of use rates at some point down the road.
Okay, see no further questions. Thank you, Chairman Bowes, for your testimony. And I'm going to introduce Michael Licata from Eversource next.
Good morning, Michael Licata from Eversource. I'll be exceedingly brief. Oh, good afternoon. Sorry. Be exceedingly brief. I think the chair did a good job introducing the bill. Eversource is in support. We think it provides some helpful clarifications. The first section just clarifying the treatment of storage as it relates to the net metering eligibility determination. The second part that sort of clarifying the roles of the Department of Energy and the Commission with respects to interconnection, rulemaking and standards, and financial tariffs and compensation. So not much more to add other than we feel it's a helpful, straightforward bill.
I'm looking at Representative McGee for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Licata, for taking my question. I'm looking at the last page of the fiscal note, and the last paragraph basically refers to expenses that would be incurred by the Public Utilities Commission in order to have subject matter expertise to help them figure out how the rulemaking should be conducted for these new systems. Do you have any input at all as to whether that would be a required cost? Because I know they really want more people over there, but most of this information wouldn't most of the information that they would be seeking be able to be provided from the utilities in the adjudicative proceedings?
So I guess I don't feel like I can, eloquently comment upon the PUC's fiscal note. Obviously we heard the testimony previously about some of the resource constraints that they had, and I think that's a reflection of it. But I do think, obviously state agencies do engage in rulemaking as they are required to do so on a somewhat regular basis.
Looking at Representative LaRochelle for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking time to answer this question. I think I know on line 5 what this means. Includes a heat-led combined heating and power system. If by heat-led you mean that you're generating the electricity auxiliary while you're heating your house, but would not include using that system when you're not heating your house. Am I correct in that? Or would you just define for us what is a heat-led combined heating and power system?
So, candidly, not familiar with the term, but I would think a heat-led combined heat and power system is a system that is, its primary function is to produce heat, and power is the secondary, as opposed to something that produces power and as its primary purpose, and the output is heat.
Thank you. That's
others might be able to answer that much better than I can.
That's the way I read it too. Thank you.
Looking at Representative Corman for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm essentially going to ask you what I asked Representative Bose, which is about time of use rates. Does Eversource offer time of use rates? And if not, would you expect any customers to avail themselves of this?
Sure, we do offer time of day rates. We have off peak, on peak. You know, I can check on the level of participation in those rates. And then, you know, we see this as really the benefit to customers is that if they are producing a greater amount at a certain period of day, that they could charge their battery and utilize it to offset their load at a different time of day, which, you know, would be the, I'll say, highest and best use because they are fully offsetting any purchases from their electric utility.
Looking at Representative Thomas for a question.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you for being here, and I'm thinking about some possible unintended consequences of this. And so I don't know if you're the right person, but could this inadvertently limit the flexibility for facilities to tailor information, and could it lead to confusion about compliance standards?
I think it's I would probably have to think that through a little bit more. So I presume you're referring to sort of the Department of Energy setting interconnection standards. So, you know, as a utility, it is helpful to have a standardized interconnection procedures and requirements as we do today with solar interconnections. You know, having sort of ground rules, and I think that's beneficial for developers as well and homeowners, so everyone sort of knows the rules of the road, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
And I would just note there is rulemaking on that is ongoing.
Looking at Representative Reynolds for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My question relates to the last paragraph of the bill. It says new paragraph would be, I guess that's Roman numeral 24. PUC may determine terms and conditions for how a customer generator may use and be compensated for exports to the grid for energy storage added to and charged solely from renewable energy generation sources in conjunction with net metering. I'm wondering, is that a wise thing to do here? Do we need to stipulate that? I'm thinking about the conversation we had last week around potential DER, you know, and aggregating, Eversource of aggregating battery storage to be used to manage the grid. And I think we know that there's potential value. Maybe this is being done in Massachusetts or Connecticut already. You could tell us where it might be helpful if a customer charged the battery from the grid during the day and then was able to discharge it later at the desire of the utility, you know, so to load shift. Mm-hmm. Do we want to, you know, is it wise to stipulate, you know, the word solely, charged solely from renewables, or would it be better to just leave that word out and let the PUC utilities one day, you know, negotiate that in terms of the rule setting? Maybe it's valuable.
Yeah, I think you're going to hear some testimony with some concerns around that limiting language, especially in light of our sister utility, Liberty Utilities. By the way, when I say sister utility, there's no direct connection there. But they do have a battery storage pilot program where they are the batteries are being dispatched by Liberty, but they are being charged from the grid to peak shave. And so, you know, whether that this language is too limiting and might cause an issue with that. And so we're open to some clarifications to make sure that that is that program or similar programs aren't swept up in that. So we'd be open to some flexibility on that.
Great, thank you.
And looking at Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, would you say that this bill weakens the PUC's traditional oversight role?
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you so much for your testimony. And I'm going to call on Ms. Meg Stone from the Department of Energy next.
Thank you. And good afternoon. My name is Meg Stone. I'm Legislative Liaison with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. I can be very brief on this this afternoon. We are neutral on this bill. The law it's currently a gray area as to whether energy storage is permissible. And we believe this bill does address that situation and legitimizes the systems that have batteries. I think we just really had one item for consideration, and it's really just we were looking for some clarification. So the bill takes effect 60 days after passage. The bill does direct us to make rules for this, and I think we were just looking for if it was expected that those rules would be ready to go at that 60 days, because that could be quite a tight timeline, or again, we were just looking for some clarification on that. And that's all I have for you today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Seeing no questions, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We should answer. And next, I will introduce Ms. Madeline Minot from the Granite State Hydropower Association.
Thank you, representatives. Again, I'm Madeline Minot, representing the Granite State Hydropower Association, and Heidi Kroll is with me. We're neutral on the bill. However, we have a request and a recommendation. Our request would be to remove the addition of or maximum nameplate rating. That's the first change there in the first paragraph. The wording total peak generating capacity is used, I believe, 11 or 12 times in the statute. And it's been that way, and it's worked well. And for consistency, we would not like to add ambiguity by changing a single instance of that wording here. We also don't think it's necessary. We were told that it was thought to be helpful to match rules. However, we would like to state that it's the opposite. Rules should follow statute. We should not change statute to match rules. Our other recommendation would be that if it is the pleasure of the general court to create a program or tariff for energy storage, that it be done as its own statute, that it not be shoehorned into net metering, exactly to address some of the concerns that have already been brought up. Net metering was created for renewable resources. So if energy storage is allowed in net metering, it should only be charged solely from a resource that is eligible for net metering. That actually constrains the value, flexibility, and usefulness of energy storage. If you create its own statute, it could be charged from the grid. It could be tied to time of use rates. We could create a program that actually maximizes the value, flexibility, and usefulness of energy storage on our grid. I don't think we can do that by sticking it inside of net metering. That's what we have.
No questions? Thank you so much for your testimony. Do I hear anything else?
I was just going to add, earlier when I was speaking with the chairman about this, he asked, where might it go? So 362-A:9 is the net metering section within that law. So it could just become a 362-A:10 as an example, if that was something that the committee wanted to entertain in terms of making it its own
Thank you.
chapter. Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll welcome Sam Evans Brown from the Clean Energy New Hampshire Association. Welcome, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. Sam Evans Brown, Executive Director of Clean Energy New Hampshire. We too are part of the Appreciation Society for this bill. We're in support. I would just add to maybe give a little bit of color here that during the last net metering docket, 22060, the question of whether we could design a tariff that would include storage was actively discussed and was discarded because this language was not in statute. It was not clear that we could actually create a net metering tariff that included storage. So this would clear up that confusion. I would add that just sort of off the cuff here, I agree with Ms. Minot that storage can offer value to the grid that is above and beyond what could be supplied by just customers that have on-site generation, and we might want to consider a standalone storage program of some sort. I'm not sure that this bill stops us from doing that. I think that both could be done. So I think it's the will of the committee and the legislature as a whole as to how to create a standalone storage program. And the last thing I would add, just from a big picture standpoint, I think the solar industry writ large recognizes that the future of the solar industry is one in which every rooftop array has a battery associated with it. That is what I hear everywhere I go. And so I think that this is an important step that we should be taking.
I'm looking at Representative Thomas for a question.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you. What do you have to say about the comment to remove maximum nameplate rating?
Potato would be
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So I would say I think that if folks would be more comfortable getting rid of it, I don't see it as a problem to get rid of those words.
Thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Mr. Clifton Belo. Welcome. No stranger to this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'm Clifton Belo. I chair the Regulatory Legislative Affairs Committee of the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire, and I'm here in support of the bill. I appreciate Representative Vose, Chairman Vose, and all the other sponsors, including Vice Chair Thomas, for sponsoring this bill. The written testimony explains some reasons why we support it. I won't go into detail on all of those, but I can help respond to some of the issues that have come up and also comment on the need for an amendment that we're trying to work on collaboratively with the utilities. The maximum nameplate rating phrase comes right out of the Department of Energy's proposed rules on interconnection of distributed energy resources. It's the preferred term by the Interstate Renewable Energy Council, which has model rules for interconnecting DER, and the proposed EN 1000 rules for interconnection of distributed energy resources uses the term maximum nameplate rating instead of total peak generating capacity. And that was a consensus, a collaborative consensus-based set of rules that the PUC, all the utilities, Clean Energy New Hampshire, I believe Granite State Hydro, and others, as well as the coalition, support those rules as they've been developed. So this is just to align, for the first time, a statutory definition. It cross-links it to what is in the proposed EN 1000 rules. Section 2 of the bill, I should say Section 3 of the bill, changes current law, which says the Commission shall adopt rules clarifying policy for installation and interconnection of energy storage. The PUC has never undertaken that obligation, even though it's existed in statute for 4 or 5 years. In contrast, the department has gone ahead and developed rules for DERs pursuant to a statute that was passed a year or two ago that fully addresses interconnection and installation of storage, whether it's part of net metering or not, in those proposed rules, which are nearing the point at which they'll be filed for approval by JAILCAR. So I don't know why the PUC stated in the fiscal note states this bill would require new rulemaking. That's not actually true. It takes away a rulemaking obligation and puts it in the department where they've already developed those rules. The concern about the language about it being charged solely from the generation facility, the net metered renewable generation facility, I think it does need to be addressed for a couple of reasons. One, for Liberty Utilities, their battery pilot, which was initiated 9 years ago, part of the agreement, which at that time included the PUC staff, was that in their battery pilot, when the battery was under the control of Liberty Utilities, Liberty would be allowed to charge it from the grid. So it would be fully charged in the event of a peak shaving event. And part of the value proposition of storage is it's severalfold. From a homeowner or business point of view, it's resiliency, it's backup power that can help provide power when the grid goes down. From the grid's point of view, it's most valuable in terms of shifting either when power is consumed behind the meter or when power is exported to the grid, when prices are high, and particularly when peak events occur in which capacity costs are charged. So Liberty's battery pilot tried to look at this value stack, had the customers investing most of the cost of the battery, but had the utility providing some support in exchange for it being able to dispatch the battery to shave both monthly and annual coincident peak, which would save cost in the form of transmission cost allocation as well as capacity charges. So for them, it was important that the battery be ready when they had expected a peak event, when they expected to discharge the battery, to be able to have it fully charged up. So the commission a couple of years ago clarified, there was DOE question whether that was appropriate, and the commission came back and clarified in an order that when the battery's under the control of Liberty, Liberty could charge it from the grid. The other occasion where that might occur is sort of like this past weekend or this upcoming weekend, when we have a coincidence of both a major storm event where there could be power outages, plus, in this case, extremely low temperatures, where we could have the month's highest demand, a coincident peak demand event. So if you dispatch the battery, like on Friday when it's super cold because it's a peak event, Saturday evening, but there's a storm coming in over the weekend, in Liberty's case, they want to make sure the battery's fully charged up, even if you have PV, which right now, much of it's covered by snow, so it's not producing. And then they may also want to, they dispatch it to shave the peak, get that value, and then potentially recharge it and return it to the customer fully charged, so that it's available in the event of a power outage. So the amendment that we're working on would address that situation. It would also address another situation you're going to hear about with in-phase batteries, where they come with a feature called Storm Guard, but somebody else is going to explain that. But it's actually the battery that Eversource is using, one of the two types of batteries that they use in their battery demand response program, where they provide an incentive. So we're trying to address that. Another thing we noticed is the definition of energy storage is broad enough that inadvertently it could sweep in types of energy storage that have no capability of exporting to the grid. An example of that would be a UPS system, or just your tools that, a battery that powers tools or lighting. It's not, nobody intends that couldn't charge from the grid, or a hot water heater technically could be swept into this definition. So the other thing an amendment would address is not sweeping in forms of energy storage that can't discharge the grid. Finally, the question of doing this separately, I would note that RSA 374H, which is referenced in section 3 of the bill, is a chapter about, it's called Customer Energy Storage Systems. And some of the language that's on lines 21 through 26 would clarify that the department is doing the rules for installation and interconnection, which they've largely developed. And the commission can, address tariff issues that are the terms and conditions for how customers relate to the utility, and adjudicated proceedings that address that. And so they have authority under 374H to set up a separate program for battery storage independent of net metering. The issue that came up in the last net metering case is it was clear that batteries can add value to systems and add value to the grid. So it does need to be addressed in the context of net metering. So that's what Section 4 of the bill does. It makes clear the commission can determine the terms and conditions for how that might export power to the grid. So that seems to be an appropriate thing that is needed in the net metering chapter, because right now there's no prohibition on this, and we don't know how many people have net metered who've just on their own initiative installed battery storage that can either with direct current charge directly from the system or with AC charge from the grid. So this, for the first time, provides some important parameters and empowers both DOE and the PUC to have appropriate roles in sort of governing and managing that interaction with the grid. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bielo. I have a question. There's been a couple of references already to the phrase up on top line 6 here on maximum nameplate rating. What would you say to if it was changed to read sometimes called maximum nameplate rating? Would that satisfy concerns?
From my point of view, it would be okay. I mean, that's sort of the intent, is to equate total peak generating capacity used in this and other places in the statute with maximum nameplate rating, which is the term used in the proposed interconnection rules. That has maximum nameplate rating is equated with total peak generating capacity. Essentially, they mean the same thing. It's just that the recommended current practice is to use maximum nameplate rating is the more accepted term, because that's any generating or storage device actually has that's what it's called on the device. If you buy a new battery storage, it'll come, or a new generator, it comes with maximum nameplate rating. They don't call it total peak generating capacity anymore, typically.
Thank you. Looking at Representative Kaplan for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bielo. We've had talk here about how a battery program might fit in a different part of the statutes, and how we could increase the value of battery storage systems to the grid. How do you see this net metering this new net metering provision interacting with a separate battery program, such as a distributed power plant program that we've heard here in committee?
Well, the main intent and operation of this bill is to address it in the context of net metering. The clarifying language in Section 3 of the bill and adding the department as a definition in the customer energy storage chapter also helps clarify roles that don't make sense currently, because it says the commission should adopt the rules that DOE has already developed. So it doesn't, I don't think it hinders it in any way. It'll give both the commission and utilities and developers, entrepreneurs, more familiarity with batteries that might be grid interactive in some way. EVs, some EVs can be grid interactive today. A Nissan Leaf could just charge into your home and potentially onto the grid today. But this, so as a first step, addressing this in the context of net metering may or may not help with an independent, battery opportunity. But I think it does advance that goal by somewhat clarifying the roles in 374H.
Looking at Representative LaRochelle for a question.
Thank you, Chairman. So if I'm a homeowner and I put a $30,000 battery in my house, that will increase the value of my house. So I'll end up paying property taxes on that, potentially. If I am not paid any incentive, then these batteries aren't 100% efficiency. I'll be using up energy by cycling it back and forth, and the batteries wear out as you cycle them. So what in the world would incentivize me to spend that kind of money and actually lose value?
That's a good question. And I think currently today, there's not a whole lot of opportunities for that value, but there was one historically with Liberty. Their battery pilot has not it's still operating for people who got the batteries, but it's not become a regular practice, in part because of this ambiguity about whether you can do it with net metering. In that case, that was before the coalition, but I did represent the city of Lebanon in that proceeding, and worked closely with Liberty to develop their time and use rates, which were designed to be cost causation based. And so they have part of their pilot was batteries both with net metered customers and with non-net metered customers. And for the those who net meter, they're encouraged as part of the program to store up their surplus power, typically around solar noon if they're south facing, and use it to offset their load during the peak hours from late in the afternoon, like 4 to 7 or 8 in the evening. And in that case, they could avoid the higher time of use charges for the peak period. So that was a structural way to do that. For customers that don't net meter, they're allowed to charge from the grid routinely and use the grid, they do it during the off-peak period when it's lower cost, and then use it to offset their load during the higher cost peak period. And those batteries never discharge to the grid except when Liberty has control of it for their peak shaving. And there was some financial sharing of the cost, if you will, by Liberty for that ability to control it. Eversource has a program. They have a battery demand response program, and you'll hear about that in a little bit from somebody who participates in that with an in-phase battery. And in that case, they provide a financial, I think the primary reason people do it is for the backup power need, but in this case, there's a financial incentive. They pay the customer some money or give them a bill credit in exchange for being able to dispatch the battery to shave system peaks.
Thank you. It sounds like it's a good
Follow
idea
up?
to be incentivized. I'm sorry. Need a follow up?
Do you need a follow up?
Yes. Thank you. More like a comment. So I hear you saying that if we provide the proper incentives, that this could be very effective in peak shaving and saving everybody money. But we need an incentive, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, I'm looking at Representative Corman for another question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just going back to the maximum nameplate rating issue. One of the things I'm thinking is that when we talk about a megawatt, a watt is a rate. It is a rate of power over time. Is it possible that you could have a generation system, say panels, that are under 1 megawatt, but batteries that discharge greater than 1 megawatt?
I suppose that's theoretically possible. It would probably make no economic sense whatsoever because in the current economic environment, batteries are not being sized to be the equivalent of the distributed generation they're coupled with. They're much smaller amount overall.
Right. I mean, I was just going at, that would be a reason to have the maximum nameplate rate. Oh, sorry. Follow up. Follow up? Thank you. That would be a reason to have the maximum nameplate rating phrase in there in the case of maybe the batteries actually do discharge faster than the panels can produce electricity. You store it up and then boom, discharge it.
Possibly. Yep. I think it's still a positive addition to reference maximum nameplate rating. Yep.
I'm looking at Representative McGee that has
burning question. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Belo, for taking my question. I'm going to go back to the fiscal note again because, as you know, we have had several rounds attempting to get the language right on storage. And oftentimes when it goes to a second committee, it gets blocked based on what is in the fiscal note. And I'm looking at a fiscal note that I feel may be unbalanced because the second paragraph, well, it's the third paragraph on the last page. There's one on the page before and then there's two. Additionally, the department states it is not possible to determine the fiscal impact on electricity costs, net metering compensation, or Class 2 renewable certificate obligations, and notes that costs could increase or decrease depending on system configuration because the state accounts for approximately 1% of total electricity purchases. The electric rate increase of 0.001 per kilowatt would result in an estimated state cost increase of about $77,000 per year. That's the kind of fiscal note that can really derail a bill. And what I see is that we don't have any attempts at estimating any savings or any value. We see only one side, and I don't remember fiscal notes being like this when I first started here. So I'm wondering, since you're very familiar with the value stack, whether there's any counterweight to this, or whether this is a raw number and it's accurate. I mean,
I think it's just completely speculative, and they're just giving an example of what a small rate increase would translate to for the state. In the last net metering proceeding, I actually go back to 2016. Coming out of the 2016 net metering proceeding that was the first effort to revise those from what was in the statute, the commission and all the parties at that time felt there needed to be a more in-depth study of the value of net meter generation. And it grew into what became the value of distributed energy resources study that was undertaken at the commission's direction and administered by the Department of Energy. And the one very clear message that came out of that, in basically all cases, if you couple storage with distributed resources, it increases the overall value, mainly because of that ability to shift the production time to when it's more valuable. And, we have a cost curve that's sort of like this. It's the hockey stick cost curve. And when power is scarce, like it is today over the past week, prices go up very steeply. But when power is cheap, more load makes very little difference in the price down here. So if you can shift load, like with battery storage or production, from solar noon when the prices are very low and put it on the grid when prices are very high, the effect of that is to lower the clearing price for everyone. So there's potential benefits for everyone by the correctly designed tariffs, if you will, at the PUC. So, there may be issues around the PUC, but I still think it's the best forum to work out the details hopefully in a way that actually produces net benefits and savings for the state, because a small incremental reduction in the clearing cost of power on peak event days can save a lot of money.
Well,
yeah, I just wanted to say that the only reason I posed that question to you is I knew we didn't have the answer, and I figured you could answer it. So I appreciate you clarifying. So that can go either way, and that's the whole point.
Yeah.
Okay, seeing no further question. Thank you so much, Mr. Belo.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next, we'll call on Mr. Alec O'Mara from Unitil.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. For the record, my name is Alec O'Mara. I am the Director of External Affairs at Unitil, and I am making the always dangerous decision to speak on a bill that I had not planned to speak on today. Generally speaking, I had assumed that anything I had to say here would be duplicative to what the other utilities had to say. I do think that is still largely the case. That said, I was a little concerned we're losing the thread on a key piece of this bill, and I wanted to drill back down onto that. We are supportive of this bill. We think it's a good, simple solution to something that helps clarify specifically the role of storage within net metering facilities. And I think that's the kind of key piece that I wanted to come back to. Other folks have talked about the value of potentially doing something with storage outside of that area. And I think that that's another place that we can look at to get into a lot of the things that we're hearing about right now. Our engineering team, when they were looking at this bill, they were very pleased to see that language in there that said that a facility like this would the storage would charge specifically from the generation facility on site. They felt that was a very important distinction. The reason for that important distinction, it goes to the nature of the value of net metering itself. I think the chairman put it very, very well when he spoke. He said, when a net metering facility, it's charging, it's specifically to charge from the generation that comes from the net metering, so that net metered energy could then be released at a different point in time. The goal of net metering is to support renewable energy. We've heard that as well. If you are allowing charging from the grid as opposed to the net metered facility as a whole, then in some ways you are defeating the purpose of net metering in general, which is the idea of allowing more renewable energy onto the grid as a whole. We also operate in the state of Massachusetts, which has some of the most generous and supportive statutes out there in regards to net metering. They do not make this exception. So it's an important exception, or qualification rather, that protects net metering itself. Now, that's not to say you can do other things with storage. And I think that a lot of things that have been discussed with storage do have value on the grid, but that is separate from a net metering facility. So that's just an important point and distinction that I wanted to make here. I understand there's interest in an amendment that protects things like the Liberty Pilot, possibly some other narrow exceptions. We're open and supportive to that. But I think that there's value in that distinction as to the role of this particular bill as opposed to storage as a whole. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. I have a feeling I'm going to get in trouble here, but we'll see what we can do.
Looking at Representative Thomas for a question.
Representative Wendy Thomas, yes, thank you for being here. Thank you for stepping up and being brave to take final questions here. So the wording of this bill, maximum nameplate rating aside, we're just gonna ignore that for right now. There has been some discussion that this proposal should be pulled out and put into a standalone storage bill. Do you support that, or are you fine with the wording that this bill has right now?
So I think it's helpful to think of it in two separate ways. You can have a policy that is specific to net metering. You can have a policy that's specific to storage.
Mm-hmm.
And those two things can happen independently. To me, I see storage within this net metering policy speaking to the role of storage within net metering. I think there's value in doing that specifically. There may be value in doing something in storage as well.
Mm-hmm.
I could see you being able to do both.
Follow up?
Well,
yes, thank you. And I'm going to go there. What's your opinion on maximum nameplate rating?
I'll tell you what our engineering folks thought. They thought there was value in having that in there. That's as far as I'd go.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you so much for testifying at the last minute.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. Okay, last one on our docket here for testimony is Mr. David Hemingway, representing himself. Welcome.
Hello, honorable representatives. My name is David Hemingway from Webster, New Hampshire, and this is my second time testifying about a bill. I'm an engineer by trade and have become an NFIA's authorized energy system designer and installer, and have done so for the solar system and battery storage used in my own home. My system is currently enrolled in the Eversource Clean Energy Fund Battery Demand Response Program. I am in favor of battery storage and the many ways it is important for grid and personal resiliency, optimization, efficiency, rate stability, rate reduction, and enabling additional all of the above generation and future technologies. So it won't be a surprise that I am in favor of HB 1718 before us today, and as was posted as an amendment to the website or an expected upcoming amendment by others to address the concerns mentioned from charging of the grid. While I think my handout and full testimony is worth the read, I will respect all of your time and not do so now, as you've been sent them in email and also just received a physical copy. The first pages detail why enabling batteries is so important, such as peak demand response and flattening the duck curve to preserve nuclear baseload generation capability and existing investments, as well as future technologies. And while that's extremely important, that is what I testified about last session on a similar battery enabling bill, so I won't rehash that unless there are requests to do so. However, I will speak directly to the importance of allowing grid charging with some examples, which are on pages 3 and 4, and my understanding there is an amendment in process to address this. There are at least 2 current cases where grid charging already occurs in New Hampshire, but they primarily boil down to one reason, which Enphase brands as StormGuard. In short, no matter what the current state of the location's energy system and battery, the battery will go into full backup mode and fully charge when a National Weather Service alert is issued. That is true for a winter storm, such as what rescheduled this hearing, as well as several severe heat and thunderstorm alerts, as are common in the summer. If it can do so, the system will charge from solar. But if it can't, it will charge anyway and do it from the grid. It is important to note that with the Eversource Demand Response Program, the battery system may charge back up from the grid following the demand response discharge in a situation such as this when a NWS alert is issued for the following day or was already active. There are also a couple other cases that are common elsewhere and may soon show up more in New Hampshire. The first is battery only. Liberty's pilot is one of those, but that's really common in Vermont thanks to the utility promoting and assisting in deployment. This does a great job of both being a backup for all those houses as well as demand response load reducing, but has no solar or similar generation to charge from. Thus, it must charge from the grid. The next is what will be coming everywhere soon, and is currently the biggest buzzwords: AI optimization. This isn't yet available in New Hampshire, though is in use by Enphase elsewhere, such as Australia, California, and many others, and is expected to become the new default in the future. It looks at usage patterns in the home or business, projected generation based on system trends and weather forecasts, as well as time of use tariffs and costs based on grid demand, and optimizes what the system does for charging and discharging solely based on that. This is the best optimization of flattening both the high and low sides of the duck curve and reducing all ratepayers' costs the most as a result. In short, to summarize my testimony regarding the amendments that were originally proposed and that should futurely be coming, charging from the grid is almost always advantageous, as long as it isn't being charged during peak demand periods. And it will make batteries more reliably dispatchable, and thus even more effective. So I urge you to support this bill with any possible amendment to address that concern, and you will be supporting grid stabilization and efficiency, individual resiliency, a more economical build-out of the grid, lower rates for all, an all-of-the-above energy strategy, more energy freedom, preservation of existing generation investments, and future generation technologies via flattening the duck curve, all without ratepayers picking up the costs of battery deployment. In short, it's a true win-win situation all around. Thank you for your time in considering this important issue. I would be happy to delve into any portion of this further and respond with questions or comments that the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hemingway. I do have a short question here. On page 3 in your diagram on StormGuard, down below on the Storm Alert On diagram, is that something that's always on or can it be turned off?
By default, it is on. It is possible to turn it off. It is not generally done so, and most homeowners are not instructed on how to do so.
So you, if I have a follow-up, so you would have to contact the manufacturer to find out how to turn off, or would it be the utility?
The way to do that is the individual owner of the system. So if you contracted somebody like me, though I don't do this for anybody but myself, to do that install, I would then set you up with the application that Enphase has. As part of that management system, you would be able to turn that on and off.
Thank you. I'm looking at Representative Thomas for a question.
Representative Wendy Thomas. Mr. Hemingway, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for this documentation, which I think is very helpful, and I've learned some things from it. And I just want to say it's a joy when we get people testifying that can add significant detail, and I look forward to future testimony from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. And I think without any of the further pink cards, I will close testimony on 1718 FN. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's open a public hearing on House Bill 1455 relative to the criteria for reliable energy sources. And I'm going to call on Representative Janine Notter, who is the prime sponsor of the bill, to introduce it to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I represent the town of Merrimack, Hillsborough 12. I'm here to introduce House Bill 1455, a bill that addresses one of the most pressing issues facing New Hampshire, our need for reliable, affordable energy. There has been an ongoing campaign to move away from reliable sources of energy like natural gas, oil, and coal. We hear the term fossil fuels to create the image that it's ancient, rare, and finite. Well, everything is finite. Lithium, cobalt, nickel, the sun and the sky, all of us. I guess it could be argued that some of us are fossils, but I digress. The reality is, the reality is just about everything you possess, if not all things that you own, were manufactured using energy derived from hydrocarbons. If you were to remove everything you own, including the clothes on your back, except that which was produced using solar, wind, hydro, or biomass, what would you be left with? This past year, I had the opportunity to visit many of the big businesses in the Granite State. They all had the same grievance: energy costs. Many of the New Hampshire companies require a lot of energy to even exist. Without these businesses, I don't see how our economy can survive. We need them. Right now, our state depends heavily on sources like solar, wind, hydro, and biomass. These are all intermittent and unpredictable. Solar only works when the sun shines. Wind only when the wind blows. Hydro and biomass have limits too. Battery storage only lasts for so long. The reality is they cannot meet all of our energy costs, our energy needs. When demand is high, these sources alone cannot keep the lights on or keep our homes warm. New Hampshire needs energy security. That means looking at all the reliable options, including hydrocarbons, natural gas, oil, and other proven sources. These fuels have powered our economy for decades, and they remain essential for reliability, especially during peak demand and harsh winters. I grew up in California, where we have earthquakes. I've had natural gas my whole life, and even in earthquake country, everybody who lives in California knows how to turn it off in the event of a disaster. I was never afraid of that source of energy. I have it in my own home in Merrimack. Not everyone does, but my street does, and I've been very happy to have it. When the power goes out, I can still take a hot shower and use my stove. This bill is not about abandoning solar, wind, hydro, or biomass. It's about being honest with the public. If we want affordable electricity, if we want businesses to thrive, if we want families to stay warm in January, we must consider every reliable source, not just the ones that sound good politically. Energy is the backbone for our economy. Without it, manufacturing jobs slow, jobs disappear, and costs skyrocket. We cannot afford to gamble on the energy strategy that ignores reality. House Bill 1455 simply states, let's have a balanced approach. Let's educate the public that hydrocarbons are still necessary, and let's make sure the Granite State has the energy it needs to grow and prosper. Now, I had a conversation at lunch that it was alluded that perhaps the utilities would oppose this bill because we don't have all those options available. So if you look at page 2, line 7, after the word seasons, I can get an amendment that says, comma, if they are available, comma, to include energy generated, blah. Then I think this bill would be acceptable to them, I hope. And I know that there's other people here ready to testify, and with that, I'm not going to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Notter, for introducing this legislation. Let's hear next from Meg Stone at the Department of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Meg Stone, Legislative Liaison with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is neutral on House Bill 1455. However, we do have some concerns with the language as it is drafted. And I will just say, I will go through quite a few lines and mention them. I was still making some edits to this up until recently, so I will email this to you this afternoon when I get back. So the bill in its current form appears to be drafted for a vertically integrated state. It assumes the department and the Public Utilities Commission have regulatory authority over generation in the state, of which we do not. Page 1, line 22, promoting the use of fuel sources produced primarily within the United States. The department would need further clarification on how the legislature would require us to do that. For example, incentives, education, or outreach. Page 1, line 23 through 25, ensures fuel for nuclear reactors is sourced primarily from North America. The department does not have regulatory authority over Seabrook Station's fuel sourcing. Instead, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission regulates nuclear fuel cycle facilities and sets standards for the fabrication of fuel. The department would not be able to enforce really any regulation regarding nuclear fuel. Page 1, line 28 through 30 states energy sources be affordable and reliable. The definition of reliability indicates certain forms of generation would be prohibited. Other than RPS, the department does not currently have any regulatory authority to dictate the generation mix of the electricity purchased by the electric distribution utilities, competitive suppliers, or community aggregation plans. Further, New Hampshire's electricity is provided by a regional grid where it's not possible to pick and choose which resources supply energy. And the department would not be able to guarantee that all energy sources used to serve New Hampshire customers would be dispatchable, because many resources that do not meet that definition are connected to the regional grid. Page 2, lines 2 through 3 requires both the PUC and the department to deliver cost savings to residential and commercial customers, and I'm just paraphrasing this part, based on the average cost per unit of energy output. It's not clear how this calculation should occur, and while direct subsidies are quantifiable, indirect subsidies are open to interpretation. The energy sources listed in 42 U.S. Code Section 15852B are varied. They include solar, wind, biomass, landfill gas, geothermal, municipal solid waste, and new hydroelectric generation. It's not clear which technology the cost savings should be evaluated against. There are also repeated references to sections of federal law, where several definitions proposed are tied directly to federal statute. This could cause issues when the federal law is changed in the future, which will automatically trigger a change in state law and policy, whether or not the general court intends that. Overall, the department's concerned that we don't have the authority to enact many of the provisions of the bill. We assume the legislation is intended to be a statement of policy, maybe than rather something actionable. If it is the intention for this to be a policy statement, we recommend, there are other recommendations that we have that this could either be reviewed through the state energy strategy, or if it's the will of the legislature to pass this policy, it could also be added to RSA 37837, which contains the state energy policy. With that, I will wrap up my comments. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Ms. Stone? Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, yes, thank you. You had some pretty significant objections to this, even though you're neutral. If this went forward, I assume it would impact the Department of Energy, and yet there's no fiscal note. Can you speak to that?
Yes, thank you for the question. We don't choose which bills come to us for, we don't choose which bills come to us for a fiscal note, and I don't believe this one came to us.
Follow up.
Your opinion, do you believe it should have?
I think overall, I mean, it could have. We just don't have the authority to do a lot of what's in the bill.
Thank you very much.
Further questions for Ms. Stone. Representative Harrington.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of this is for vertically integrated utilities, but on line 17, there was something you didn't mention. It says a performance standard of at least 80%. Can you define what a performance standard is and what 80% of what? Is that another thing you don't know how to address, or you didn't mention it?
Let me just double check on this, and I will get back to you today with an answer to that.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Stone. Along the same lines as Representative Harrington's question, on line page 1, line 9 and 10, where it's trying to define the word affordable, and it says it's the lowest cost method of providing electricity, accounting for the full life cycle cost of each generation source. Would you agree that, or are there other ways to determine the lowest cost method of providing electricity that would maybe include more than just the life cycle costs, such as the impact of pollutants from said generation sources? And why aren't those included as well?
I can't speak to why they're not included in the bill, but as for any other accounting method, I can look into that and see what else there is. Yeah.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Ms. Stone, for being here. Every year that I've been here now, this is my fourth in the legislature, and we've had the beginning of the session presentation from the ISO and presentations from the utilities, and of course utilities come and you come regularly to testify on various bills, but we hear from obviously the ISO and then the utilities, and they are of course closely overseen by the Public Utilities Commission and by you, that their mission and their mandate is essentially to deliver energy to the grid, to customers in New Hampshire at the, reliably and at the lowest cost possible. And then when you, at the beginning of your remarks, you said essentially that you saw this bill as one that seems as if it's written for a state in which the utilities are vertically integrated, and of course we're not that. Would it be fair to characterize this bill? I mean, would you agree with that? This bill seems to be, puts this committee, and if the legislature goes forward with this bill, that the legislature of New Hampshire would be directing the utilities and presumably ISO on how to do their job, and tasking you, the Department of Energy, and the Public Utilities Commission with oversight of how to do their job in ways that you don't have the authority to do?
Thank you for the question. I think there would have to be a lot more statutory changes for that to happen. But yes, overall, it would be telling us to have an authority that we currently don't have.
Thank you.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Stone. Always great to see you. I want to follow on to Representative Kaplan's question about the full life cycle cost of each generation source. And let's just take as an example a natural gas plant. Would you think that the full life cycle cost of that would include the construction cost, the destruction cost when it's decommissioned? Would it include the cost of the actual natural gas field that is producing the natural gas, the pipeline or the trucking or the shipping? I mean, is all that part of the life cycle cost?
I don't want to misspeak, so as I'm getting an answer to Representative Kaplan's question, I will add that on and make sure I send that to you all.
Thank you.
Yep.
Next, Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. Following up on Representative Corman's question, we're talking about the full life cycle. Are we also talking about environmental impacts that certain fuels have? And are we considered them as part of the life cycle as well?
I will get you an answer to that
That's
question.
Thank you so much.
Representative Tom.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you. The prime sponsor is not taking questions, and so I'd like to ask you, is this a model bill from ALEC?
I cannot answer that question. I don't know.
Additional questions? Seeing none. Okay, we'll move on next to Kyle Haynes of Merrimack, representing himself. Welcome, Mr. Haynes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm here to speak broadly in support of this bill that seeks to answer a few key questions regarding New Hampshire's energy security. First of all, to focus on what's right with the bill, it does cover some very real problems that we have concerning reliability, security, and full system costs. A lot of times when discussing energy policy, we tend to give some energy generation latitude regarding their costs without taking into effect all the downstream components that need to go into actually providing the energy. So it does address that in a very real way. We saw just a couple days ago with Winter Storm Fern exactly how important reliability is, since New England ISO had to spool up oil peaker plants because Canada shut off Hydro-Quebec's power. They had their own energy needs, of course, that's understandable. And because it was a massive snowstorm, solar was just not capable of providing anywhere near what it could. It's just too physically restrained in the Northeast. Now, there are two key problems that I have, and that's why I would like to see the bill amended if it does move forward. The biggest one concerns the use of shall in subsection 2, paragraph E, basically mandating that natural gas and hydrocarbons are used. I think that's more short-sighted and really removes flexibility moving forward with the energy policy of the state. I think if we rather use may to allow it while it makes sense, that would be much more sensible, but by mandating it moving forward until the legislature makes additional changes years from now, I think it just unfairly restrains us in the future. The other big thing that I would like to point out is how it tries to define natural gas as clean energy. It tries to use the Clean Air Act as a standard, but that is merely responding to its immediate effects as a pollutant and not downstream effects concerning climate change. And it's also important to note that it's really just a matter of being less dirty and not clean as itself. I was one that passed out the executive summary of the UNECE's Integrated Life Cycle Assessment of Electricity Sources. And this measures the greenhouse gas emissions of the varying energy sources. And the two that I would like to focus on, or I guess I should say three, natural gas combined cycle plant at its best can emit 403 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour. Now, if we do include carbon capture sources, that number can go down to 92 grams. The only other number I want to highlight is worst case, nuclear power. 6.4 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour. Now, to put these numbers in kind of a more human perspective, we can look at a household's energy use. That averages out to about 10,000 kilowatt hours per year. And to kind of simplify the big differences between all of these numbers, if we take the best case scenario of natural gas with carbon capture at the source, it produces the same amount of carbon dioxide as an almost 2,300 mile drive. That's more than the drive from here to Denver. At the worst case scenario, that would be a 4 million gram impact, or the same as a 9,900 mile drive. That is going from here to LA, back to here, and back to LA. Compare that to nuclear power, at its worst case, 158 miles. That's basically Boston and back from here. So, in total, I think that the bill does highlight some very real issues that should be addressed concerning our energy security and reliability. But I think there are just two big changes that should be made, and that is striking subsection E that mandates the use of hydrocarbons, and amend sections 1 and 2 that classify hydrocarbons and natural gas as clean energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Haynes? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Haynes. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
My question is, when I look at this bill, I know it didn't come from here, right? It's just a bill that's got information in it that some people support in terms of definitional framework changes. These statutory language changes, though, actually have sort of widespread implications and impacts. It doesn't mean that the qualities that you're talking about don't exist and aren't known to all of us in terms of whether something is dispatchable or reliable, that kind of thing. But we've already brought up the point that reliability is really the obligation of the ISO New England, right? So where do you see adopting language like this, which actually upends a lot of decisions that people have made with other types of energy, and could result in significant costs to towns all over the state, just by adopting this language, when it doesn't actually really improve reliability or stability? It doesn't actually do anything except for change these definitions.
I do think part of it, my own lack of understanding of how this bill actually has the authority, as we just heard from the Department of Energy. I will admit that I was not as well versed in that aspect of the bill, but I did see this more as a signal of where this body's priorities lie with regards to energy policy. And that is the nature of my support, is the signaling of dispatchable clean energy.
Of course.
So my follow-up would be, I'm specifically, I think it was yesterday, we all received a letter from the Association of New Hampshire Counties, or the New Hampshire Association of Counties. And again, what you notice is when you come here, you get different perspectives, and that's how you learn that the issues are all pretty nuanced. And they made it really clear, unequivocal, that while they support efforts to ensure energy affordability and reliability, the bill establishes rigid statutory requirements that limit flexibility, that may increase costs for county governments and taxpayers by mandating specific energy sources, only those generated by hydrocarbons, and imposing strict dispatchability criteria. The bill narrows eligible energy options and restricts the ability of public entities to adapt to changing technology and market conditions. And then they go on, it's a short letter, but it's got a lot of detail in it that is important. The next paragraph, which is the only other one that really has a lot of substance in it, is the bill's affordability standard excludes consideration of government incentives and subsidies, which counties rely on to manage energy costs for essential functions such as corrections, long-term care services, law enforcement, and prosecution court services. This approach, which effectively eliminates even the possible use of renewable energy sources, risks higher and less predictable energy costs without any clear evidence of improved reliability. And I think that's the point I was trying to make to you. It's like we may all want to get to that thing, but does this bill actually do that thing? Because these guys are worried that their costs are going to shoot up if we do something like this.
Well, I do agree with them that this bill does place some heavy restraints. That's why the 374I3 subsection 2 paragraph E, the shall use hydrocarbons, that at the very least I think needs to be stricken from the bill, because that is definitely the most constraining. But I do also believe that when shaping energy policy, the state should choose the best options going forward. And in my opinion, that is reliable, dispatchable power, not intermittent, more costly renewable generation sources.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I want to call next on Griffin Roberge from Eversource.
The back's feeling better since Tuesday. So, good afternoon, members of the committee. Again, for the record, Griffin Roberge with Eversource Energy. Eversource is opposed to House Bill 1455 as introduced. We certainly understand the sponsors' concerns regarding, security and reliability on the region's energy sources. We are, most of our concern with the bill is focused on the language at the bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3 that appear to place requirements on energy sources that are used by the state's consumers. Again, much of what Meg Stone from DOE mentioned, we view this as a requirement given the use of shall at the end of line 28. But again, going back to what Meg had mentioned, we do, in our initial review of this bill, it does appear more tailored to states that are vertically integrated. Again, those that own generation, distribution, and transmission, where utilities would be required to ensure that their generation-owned assets can meet this criteria. I do want to just take a step back, just for the committee's awareness, and again, confident you all are aware, but New Hampshire underwent utility restructuring in the late 90s, which Eversource completed in 2018. And that process forced electric utilities to sell off their generation assets. This effectively converted Eversource to a poles and wires company that is solely responsible for the distribution and transmission of electricity to serve our customers. We sold off all of our generation assets, again, a little less than a decade ago, meaning we do not directly provide power to our customers through generation assets that we own. Generation is now overseen by a competitive regional market, overseen by ISO New England, where generation assets are owned by private entities. Eversource, in its role as electric distribution utility, offers default service to its customers, meaning we buy electric supply on behalf of our customers from a competitive marketplace made up of merchant generators, and we sell that power to our customers. We do not make any profit on the power that we purchase on behalf of our customers. No profit, no markup. We pay What we pay for that power is what our customers ultimately pay. It is a straight pass-through. The PUC oversees that entire process by which utilities procure power from the marketplace twice a year, and that takes place, again, twice a year in 2 6-month periods. So from February 1st to July 30th, and then August 1st to January 31st. Again, this whole process is kind of governed and dictated by the Public Utilities Commission. We currently get 50% of our load through a competitive RFP process, and the other 50% we buy in the market on the day of. When our bids do come in, we take those results to the Public Utilities Commission for their review and approval, and the PUC approves the lowest cost bid. The PUC, again, directs the utilities to make these direct market procurements and outlines the manner in which we set the rate at which our purchases are reconciled against. Circling back to the bill, requiring, again, distribution and transmission companies like Eversource to ensure that any energy source that it procures electricity from on behalf of its customers meets all the criteria listed in this bill would be administratively challenging. It would likely impact our ability to conduct default service solicitations as required by the Public Utilities Commission, and would likely create obstacles to incentivize new generation in the region, especially at a time as we are seeing increased electric demand and the state and a lack of new generation coming online. Again, mirroring some of the comments that DOE had mentioned, the bill also does not assign any entity to verify that the energy sources that are used to serve New Hampshire customers under this bill, there's no state entity that we have to report to verify that. We're unsure as to the entity that is responsible for overseeing that. If it was a state entity, as DOE mentioned, we do imagine that likely conflicts with ISO New England's role as the regional grid operator in overseeing these markets. These are at least just some of the high-level points we do see in the bill seen here today. I don't think we have any strong, comments on other portions of the bill. But again, the provisions of the bill that say energy sources used to serve New Hampshire customers shall meet these 5 criteria, again, would be a significant hurdle for utilities to meet in order to provide default service to their customers. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that folks might have.
Questions for Mr. Roberge? Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you. In your testimony, you just said that if this bill went forward, it would result in it would be administratively challenging, those are your words, and create obstacles to incentivizing investment. Would it be fair to say that if this bill went forward, it would result in an increase to ratepayers?
That is likely, yes.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Reynold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Roberge, the overarching, the sort of the theme of this bill seems to be that only the energy sources that the sponsor names in the bill, that are dispatchable and reliable, are the ones that provide value to the grid, while renewable energy sources, are, not dispatchable and therefore only add cost and make energy supply more expensive. However, just so happens today we had on it for another bill, Mr. Hemingway supplied us with, a picture of this well-known, duck curve in which now this portrays behind the meter solar throughout the region, suppressing demand on the grid. Obviously during the day when the solar is available, but certainly wind that's on the grid could blow it during the night, during the day. But anytime that renewables are contributing energy when they are available, is it not true that they are bidding into the market at a very low price? Because, they're available, their capital costs 100% paid for, 0 fuel costs. They're bidding into the market, of course, not behind the meter stuff, but larger solar and wind that exists, even in our state and in other states, are bidding into the market you know, could be zero, probably isn't zero. They want to make money, but they're bidding it at a low price because they want to be dispatched.
Sure. Yes.
So don't they suppress the price and provide value to all customers when they are available?
Yeah.
Before you answer that question, I would just like to make a request of my fellow committee members. If you have a question that you want to ask, I ask you to please write it down on a piece of paper so that when it comes time to ask the question, you can ask the question rather than spending 3 or 4 minutes trying to gather your thoughts to form the question. We're spending an inordinate amount of time here listening to 3 and 4 minute rambles before we get to a question. So please think about writing the question down before you ask it. Now you may answer. If you can remember the question.
Yeah, no. Thank you for the question, Representative Reynolds. I think whether you are a solar generation facility, a natural gas plant, a nuclear facility, what have you, everybody is functioning in a market, in a regulated market, but in a market. And if entities did not feel that there was a value for them to operate in the market, they would not be operating. So, from our perspective, as I mentioned in my comments, there is certainly value in adding more generation to the grid, whether that is more wind, more solar, more nuclear, more natural gas. As I've mentioned, this committee has certainly heard over and over and over again. We have, an increasing trend line of growing demand in the region going forward. More electric generation is called upon. It would be called upon to serve that increasing demand. Obviously, regarding renewables, if they can function in the market, then there's clearly a benefit for them to be in the market. They see that there is obviously a price signal for them to operate in the market. I guess the other thing I would add is, everybody I think would love to see an energy source that is reliable, cheap, and environmentally friendly. It is incredibly difficult to achieve all 3 legs of that stool. It is even more difficult, I think, under this bill to meet all 5 as prescribed in the bill. And that, I think, would create some constraints in the marketplace and lead to some adverse impacts. Long way of answering your question, but sorry.
Representative McGee, did you write down a question?
I certainly did. Good afternoon, Mr. Roberge. Nice to see you again. So it's a 2-part question, but it is written down and it is a question. What would you say? Would you say that this bill is consistent with an all of the above strategy? And in lieu of what I read earlier from the New Hampshire Association of Counties, would you be able to comment on whether or not passing this bill would actually raise costs? Taxes, basically. I mean, they're talking about local tax impacts.
Thank you for the question. Sure. So, regarding your first question, is it part of an all of the above strategy? To the extent all energy sources can meet the requirements as listed in that section of the bill, bottom of page 1, top of page 2, I guess it could, but I think we have a difficult time seeing that, in that there is language in here that says it must include energy generated by hydrocarbons. Regarding your question as to whether or not it could increase rates, as I mentioned in my comments, because any energy source under this bill shall meet all of these criteria, it does create some obstacles for incentivizing new generation, again, especially at a time when we are seeing increased demand and kind of a static line of new generation coming online.
Follow up.
So it sounds to me like what you're saying is that we're trying to increase supply in the region on our grid to meet increasing demand, and this may make the path narrower. Is that? Yeah.
Yes. I mean, what I mentioned the other day on a data center bill, it is economics 101, supply and demand. As demand increases, if there's not enough supply to meet that demand, there will be cost constraints. So.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I want to thank you and invite Samantha Vick to come and give us her perspective on this bill. Ms. Vick is from Chicago, Illinois, and represents Heartland Impact. Good afternoon and welcome.
My computer blocked that. My apologies. Good afternoon, Chairman Vos and members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today. I am very happy to speak about House Bill 1455, and I'm grateful to Representative Notter for introducing this legislation. So several people have already highlighted today the importance of energy and its reliability. So I will not belabor that point. However, what I will highlight is the fact that energy demands have remained relatively stagnant for decades until a few years ago. With the advent of new technology, we have seen spikes in energy demands, and experts in energy in both government and industry are predicting a 15 to 30% increase in energy demand in the next 5 years. That's insane. That's insane. It's a Herculean task to try to keep up with that energy demand. Therefore, the price and availability of energy is a significant factor, not only for our lives, but for our personal, state-based, and national prosperity. House Bill 1455 establishes a clear state policy prioritizing affordable, reliable, and clean energy, not as mutually exclusive goals, but as interdependent pillars of sound governance. For so long, we have focused on one of those standards for energy and not all of the others that will ensure that our lights still turn on when we need them to. By aligning state policy accordingly, this bill provides regulatory clarity and market certainty for investors, utilities, and consumers. So at the heart of this bill is a recognition that energy security begins with domestic production. So this would shield New Hampshire's exposure to geopolitical volatility and supply chain disruptions. It further minimizes our dependence on foreign adversaries for critical rare earth elements, strengthening both national security and economic stability. This bill prioritizes the most affordable sources of energy based on a true assessment of costs. This excludes government subsidies from the cost calculations and accounts for the full life cycle cost of each generation source. I know that's been a topic of much discussion, so I would stipulate or provide that this means taking into account supply chain costs, environmental degradation, environmental remediation, government subsidies, land acquisitions, as well as calculating in the cost required for transmission from new sources of energy to where energy is needed. We can consider this a true levelized cost of energy or a full levelized cost of energy. This legislation also promotes energy that is dispatchable and resilient across seasons and peak demands by requiring a performance standard of 80% or higher, ensuring that only dependable energy sources are there to support our infrastructure. This legislation focuses on clean in a new and refreshing way. Affordable and reliable energy and economic growth and protecting the environment from degradation do not need to be at odds with one another. The energy sources that are most abundant and affordable are surprisingly environmentally friendly when we look at a full spectrum analysis of these costs of energy. When we look at a full spectrum analysis of these costs of energy, we see that wind and solar, while they produce zero CO2, are among the most harmful to our environment in terms of animal and plant deaths and deforestation. A 2018 Harvard study found that to cover the energy demand for the United States in wind alone, 1/3 of land mass of the continental US would have to be used for wind turbines. And this study was done in 2018, and I'm certain that our energy demands have grown since then, and will, as I noted earlier, continue to grow. Furthermore, the rare earth elements required in wind and solar technology are mined using some of the most environmentally damaging mining practices in the world. The same mining is primarily done under the control of China, where they have cornered the market in rare earth elements. Most of these rare earth elements are mined in the Democratic Republic of Congo by forced child slave labor, or in the Xinjiang region of China by religiously persecuted Uyghur Muslims. These unethically sourced rare earth elements, after being implemented into wind and solar technology, eventually leach into the ground, into our soil and groundwater. When all of these environmental factors are considered, not just CO2 emissions, natural gas, nuclear, and coal can be mitigated and damaging to the environment than wind and solar, all while minimizing our reliance on slave labor, harmful mining practices, and foreign adversaries. By encouraging affordable, reliable, and clean energy sources, House Bill 1455 charts a pragmatic energy path that follows innovation and dependability without sacrificing affordability or security. As you know, and as has been mentioned earlier today, this committee meeting was rescheduled this week due to the large winter storm that hit our nation. And during this winter storm, the Northeast was burning oil and coal to keep the lights on because there is not enough natural gas pipeline capacity. This is due to decades of poor politics blocking every proposal to expand pipeline capacity. Sufficient natural gas pipelines could have provided all of the Northeast with reliable, dispatchable energy during the winter storm. However, all of the aforementioned blocks to expanded pipelines were done in the name of climate and environment. The irony is that this ignoring the facts on energy sources and dependency rather than relying on political hopeful ideals to fight climate change resulted this week in an outcome that has produced higher emissions during peak demand, higher electricity prices, and grid strain. This legislation has been passed in Ohio and in Louisiana, so we can look at valuable examples of this prioritization of energy sources working in other states. Ohio is a deregulated state, so the PUCO, which is their version of the PUC, has little control over energy generation, but lawmakers in Ohio are choosing to go with a statement of policy placed in the power of the sitting board authorities. By establishing and clearly stating a standard such as affordable, reliable, and clean, you can create a transparency that does not prohibit any form of energy. It merely allows a choice based on facts and quantifiable metrics rather than hope and false promises. Renewable energy sources are not dispatchable, and they stress the grid. New Hampshire has an opportunity to do their part to urge all of the New England region to be serious and realistic about energy productions. With this legislation, New Hampshire lawmakers and all of you on this committee, you can steward energy security for the present state of New Hampshire and secure economic prosperity for the future of New Hampshire. Again, thank you for the opportunity to voice my unequivocal support for House Bill 1455, and I urge you all to support this legislation. Thank you.
Well, thank you for traveling all this way to speak with us. We appreciate you doing that.
Thank you, Chairman.
Questions for Ms. Vick, Representative Cortman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Vick, for taking my question. You referred to rare earth minerals multiple times. Can you show me where in the bill they're referenced?
That was, rare earth elements are not explicitly stated in this bill. I bring it up as a way to emphasize and truly show the big picture, full spectrum analysis of environmental effects of all sources of energy, because it seems that in the last few decades, everyone's concern is with CO2, and while that is a laudable concern, I remember when I was a young girl in school, the big environmental topics were deforestation and saving our wildlife species. Those are also still laudable goals, and somehow they seem to be as important when we're dealing with wind and solar, especially when we have thousands of birds and bats being killed every year by wind turbines. And again, the rare earth elements that leach into the soil. So I just say that all to paint a larger picture of all of the environmental effects that all sources of energy truly have.
Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, thank you. We've heard several people testify that this bill was tailored to states with vertical integration, and we know that New Hampshire does not have vertical integration. Knowing that, how do you see this bill working in New Hampshire?
So as stated with Ohio chose to go with a statement of policy and kind of create those provisions to lead in that way. I think that that's possible here with New Hampshire. Also, if Representative Notter is open to it, along with the State Department of Energy, I'm sure there's ways to make changes that make it seem more feasible. But I think this is a way to affect meaningful change in the region, which is clearly run by a broken system since oil was being burned over the weekend.
Follow
up.
We heard the utility say that if this bill went forward, there'd be an increase to ratepayers. What do you say about that?
I would like to see the math on that, because that is not at all what this legislation intends to do. And I would like to follow through that thought process.
I actually have a final follow-up.
Is there anyone else who would like to ask a question? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hopefully this might help Representative Wendy Thomas as well. We've also heard from people who testified earlier that if this bill passed, it would actually represent a bottleneck on meeting future demand that we are seeing in our region in terms of electricity. So how do you address that? How do you address the fact that this actually represents a bottleneck in the guise of being an all the above bill? It's actually not an all the above bill. It's actually a pro hydrocarbon one fuel source bill. So how do you address that?
Chair, if I have 2 points. This legislation does not prohibit any form of energy. It just prioritizes that for future energy projects, they be reliable, affordable, and clean. Should wind and solar get to that point to meet those metrics, that would be incredible. But in their current manifestation and with the current economy, they are simply not meeting those metrics. The second point, I'm sorry, I'm trying to, sorry. The second point would be that I do not believe that this legislation would bottleneck energy sources. If anything, you would signal to energy producers that New Hampshire is very serious about energy production and perhaps lay the groundwork to create an energy renaissance, to have new projects come in that could actually feed the grid in a dispatchable and reliable way.
Follow up on the point about energy production. We don't get all our energy here from the New Hampshire energy production. We're part of a regional grid. So, and also we don't have our own fossil fuel reserve. So when you're speaking about New Hampshire energy production, that necessarily entails an all of the above approach, which this bill doesn't seem to be really following. So how would you address that?
I will repeat what I just said, but this legislation does not preclude any one of those sources, does not preclude any source of energy. It is open to all of the above. It just, as long as they are reliable and affordable and clean, and again, this would set the standard to begin to fix the trend of what is clearly a breaking energy system in New England.
Okay, Representative Flogier has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming. The question is in relative for fuels or source of electricity. If we get rid of the hydrocarbons, do you have an estimate of how much pristine agriculture and lumber tree land would have to be cleared for solar and wind?
I do not. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Was that? Excuse me. Sorry. So I don't think I have an exact number. I will repeat what I said in my initial testimony, which was that in 2018, Harvard energy experts did a study, and in order to meet the 2018 energy demands for the whole United States of America, if we were to move everything onto the grid, that it would take over 1/3 of the continental U.S. And again, as I said in my testimony, that was 2018 numbers. And since then, we started building a lot more data centers. Technology has continued to advance. So I'm certain that that energy need is higher. So then the thought process would be that now more land would be required than that.
Okay, once again, Ms. Vick, I want to thank you for traveling all this way to talk to us here today. And I'm going to call next on Sam Evans Brown from Clean Energy New Hampshire to give us his perspective on this legislation. Welcome back, Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I can be very brief. I think we've heard a lot about how this bill is, as written, unimplementable. I think I would highlight the 80% performance standard, which I read as referring to the capacity factor of the generation. If you look at New England writ large, this would ban most of the generation in New England. The New England natural gas fleet runs at around 45-ish capacity factor, so this would actually be a de facto ban on natural gas in New England, and the only generation source in New England that is above that standard is nuclear. While every generation source has its weaknesses and its strengths, I like to think of the grid as a baseball team, and you don't want a team that's nothing but pitchers. You need a shortstop, you need a first base person, etc. So this bill, I would encourage folks to recommend this ITL or to do a substantial rewrite because I think it would do nothing but drive up costs and reduce reliability. So happy to take questions if folks have them, and thank you.
Representative McGee, I hope you wrote it down.
Maybe I did. No, no. I was actually just responding to your testimony, and I think the title of the bill is laudable, right? Energy security and clean energy. Nobody disagrees with that. But I guess from your testimony, what you're saying is that the details in the bill don't actually help us achieve that, and so that's why you're asking us to ITL it.
Yes, that is correct.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Evans Brown, for taking my question. Yeah, so you said natural gas is 45% reliable, available?
Capacity factor.
Capacity factor.
Yes.
How is that? Is that the same during, say, an extended cold snap?
No, indeed. So ISO New England has been reforming its capacity markets as we speak in an effort to recognize that different types of generation have what are referred to as correlated outages, in which because of the weather, typically, you can have generation failing for all the same time for all the same reasons. And the natural gas fleet in the ISO New England, the new ISO New England capacity auction rules that have been proposed and are soon to be adopted, is substantially discounted if it doesn't have some sort of on-site storage for typically oil, which most of the ISO New England, the gas generators in ISO New England have the ability to be dual fuel generation. So when pipeline capacity is stretched on very cold days because the pipes go to heating customers first, those generators switch to oil, which is why during these cold snaps, like what you see now, you'll see a lot of people on Twitter posting snapshots of the ISO New England guest hub, which shows that we get 30 to 50% of our peak winter capacity from those dual fueled generators switching to oil. So if a gas generator in New England doesn't have the ability to dual fuel and have on-site storage, the new capacity auction rules will substantially discount its expected performance because it will not be expected to deliver on the coldest days in winter.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you. Representative Wendy Thomas, I just want to verify something you said to make sure I heard it correctly. You said that if this bill went forward, it would raise rates and reduce reliability.
That is what I've heard from all the previous testimony from Eversource and from the Department of Energy.
Thank you for confirming that.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'll call next on Kennard Sedane from Londonderry, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Maybe you could pronounce it for us so I could
Yes,
get it.
good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Kennard Solon, or Ken Solon, and I'm a resident of Londonderry. I'm a retiree. My career was with General Electric, and I was a product manager, but more in the field of instrumentation and controls. And we had a saying in instrumentation, you can't control what you can't measure. I'm opposed to this bill. I just feel like it's incomplete in that the way it's written, it promotes fossil fuel and nuclear energy while excluding the future use of renewable energy. It really serves to mandate fossil fuel, and the mandate would have unexpected consequences for ratepayers. In other words, our rates will essentially go up. And there really are no clear safeguards for the ratepayers. Excluding renewable energy from the energy mix is really not a good policy in my estimation. Renewable energy has proven to be economical, to generate zero emissions, and the cycle time to put up a renewable facility, if you compare it to, let's say, nuclear or a combined cycle gas generation plant. Well, I have some friends in GE. They told me I can get a gas turbine in about 3 years if I ordered it today. by comparison, the solar facility that went up in Kingston, New Hampshire, I think it was completed in 6 months, and that's about a 5 megawatt or 4.9 megawatt facility. The other thing to consider is price volatility on natural gas. If you looked at the commodity price of it, and we pay at the city gate, but the commodity price is for natural gas was running around $3.37, and it spiked up last winter to $14.62. That's about triple, and that's not uncommon during the winter heating season. The other thing about natural gas is that you need a large volume of it. In other words, 1 cubic foot of natural gas, I think, it gives you about 1,013 BTU. And BTUs, heat units, are really the units of concern. You have to you convert everything to BTU to make an intercomparison. So to shorten this out, the other aspect I think that should be covered are jobs. In the country as a whole, the energy sector employed 8.5 million workers, and renewable energy was the fastest growing in that field. In New Hampshire, we have about 32,000 energy workers statewide, and the median salary is about $65,000 a year. So that's everyone from the engineers and managers to the line workers and electricians. The plan, and I don't have 2025 numbers, but in 2024, the U.S. as a whole put up 12 gigawatts of new utility scale solar power. In 2025, the plan was to increase the country's electrical generation by 64 gigawatts, and 21 of those gigawatts would have come from solar alone. And if we look at New Hampshire, 97% of our businesses are small businesses. These are businesses under 20 people, and these are contractors, and the number one employer or creator of jobs are professional services, and a lot of it relates to construction, if we look at the demographics of employment. And if we think about this from the standpoint of just New Hampshire, here we have a system where we're harvesting energy in New Hampshire. In other words, I looked at my weather station. I have a weather station at my home. And this morning, or a little while ago, it said that we were getting 167 watts per square meter. So anywhere where the sun was shining today and it's a bluebird day, we're getting 167 watts per square meter. And that's in New Hampshire. So we harvest those photons from the sun in New Hampshire and convert it to electrons in billable units called kilowatt hours. So it makes sense to me from just a pragmatic standpoint to shop locally. I mean, I like the corn that's grown here. I like the apples that are grown here. I want to use the energy that's harvested right here in New Hampshire. So I think that it would be a great idea to encourage the use of renewable energy, including solar. And I'm not saying that we don't need natural gas. Natural gas is certainly important, but we need a huge volume of it to meet the energy needs. And we have to remember that natural gas, as it comes out of the ground, is not usable. Any fuel is not usable. It has to be cleaned up. It has to be sweetened. When we say sweetened, it's removing hydrogen sulfide. It's just a term they use in the industry. And it has to be dehydrated, and there's a cost of that. We consume about 15% of the gas we harvest from the ground to dry it, to sweeten it, and to compress it, because the motive force to move it up from those long distances is compression. And those compressors run on natural gas. So you have to consume the gas, to produce the gas to get it up to our city gate. So with that, it's just my view on it, my overview, and we'll just leave it at that. If you have any questions.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you came to talk to us today. It's nice to hear from you. And Representative Bernardi has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you tell me how much solar power was available in this winter storm for New Hampshire?
No. Well, one of the problems is that the government doesn't record they don't make it publicly available. The Department of, where I get my data from, the Department of Energy has stopped producing the data. I can't find it.
Follow up.
Follow up.
It's available on ISO New England. I monitored it during the entire storm. The answer is 0. And right now, the answer is 0. That is why we do not totally put all our chips in solar.
Yeah, I'm not advocating putting all of our chips in any one type of energy. Again, I think it should be diversified.
Further questions? Representative Thomas, before you answer, I want you to consider that every time you repeat your name, you're adding seconds to our day. And you do it so often that you probably are adding several minutes to our day. So consider that, please.
And you just used a bunch of seconds to say that. It's Representative Wendy Thomas, and so during this past snowstorm, it was snowing, so we probably didn't get solar. Do you have an estimation of how much energy had been stored in batteries because of solar in New Hampshire that were used during this storm?
I don't. I just see potential for it. I do know that if there are systems to clear snow from solar panels, and in fact, I learned that in the wintertime in New Hampshire, you actually get more energy when snow is on the ground because the albedo effect essentially is the reason you wear sunglasses when you go out skiing. There's reflection off the snow that is absorbed or received by the solar panels. And there are double-sided solar panels as well that receive from both sides. They can orientate them to the sun and get the most output that way.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to call next on Madeline Minot and Heidi Kroll. Welcome back.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and representatives. Granite State Hydropower Association opposes this bill. We take issue with the definitions in this bill of dispatchable, reliable, and green energy, and I will explain why. To be considered dispatchable, and clearly this bill is wanting us to get all of our electricity generation from sources that meet these requirements. In order to be considered dispatchable under this bill, you have to be able to be adjusted by grid operators. It's ISO New England's policy that they don't dispatch or curtail generators under 5 megawatts. And so all Granite State Hydropower Association members are under 5 megawatts. And so no matter how dispatchable they could be, they would not be considered dispatchable under this bill because they're not dispatched by ISO New England. It also requires us to be available on demand. All hydropower could be dispatchable. The only thing that makes us not dispatchable are restrictions in our FERC licenses or exemptions. And so essentially we would be penalized for being federally regulated because I could fire up my turbines to full power at 6 p.m. if it were not for the restrictions in our FERC licenses and exemptions that say I have to maintain my impoundment at a steady level and operate in run-of-river mode. So FERC, in relicensing, considers the benefits of flexibility and environmental impacts and has ruled that it is more important for us to operate in run-of-river. That is completely outside of our control. I will echo what Mr. Evans-Brown said regarding the definition of reliable. Assuming that performance standard here means capacity factor, only nuclear power meets a capacity factor of 80%. Run-of-river hydro, it runs around 45%, which is similar to combined cycle natural gas in ISO New England. Natural gas nationally has a capacity factor of 55 to 65%. So nuclear is the only source of generation that I know of that would meet this requirement. And therefore, we would not have enough electricity to meet our needs if we required these characteristics of all of our generation supply. Finally, under what this bill proposes to define as green energy, just about everything qualifies except for hydropower. Under 42 USC section cited here, as Meg Stone mentioned, only new hydropower after a certain date, so additional capacity, would qualify. Any existing hydropower would not meet the definitions of green energy, but other renewable sources would, and fossil fuel combustion and nuclear would. So we wouldn't like to be left out. And hopefully that was an oversight. Heidi has one more point.
I was just going to add, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Recall that last year there was legislation that the Vice Chair, Representative Thomas, sponsored where we defined clean energy to mean minimal to no greenhouse gas emitting sources, including nuclear and other renewable sources. So we already have a definition of clean, so I'm not sure that we need enough definition for green. And then, Mr. Chairman, I believe you are the prime sponsor of a bill that amended the New Hampshire energy policy, which is set forth in RSA 378:37. And so there was a lot of language that was added there around promoting affordable, reliable, diverse, and secure energy sources for public health, safety, and welfare of citizens of New Hampshire and the physical environment. So I won't regurgitate everything that's in that newly drafted section of law, but there were amendments made to that last year as well. So that took effect in September of 2025, I believe.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Representative McGee has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So are either of you aware of this being a model bill, as they call it? Meaning, we heard that it's been adopted in other states, and I'm just curious.
I'm not. I'm pretty focused on northern New England.
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
I don't know.
It appears,
Okay.
it looks as if it would be, but I don't know where it might have come from.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, I'm going to thank you for being here and call next on Sarah Thorne, who is from Holderness. And I want to apologize to you, Ms. Thorne. Had I known you were from Holderness, I would have called on you earlier, but I didn't see that on your pink card until just now. So I know it's a long ride, and I appreciate you coming down
That's
to talk
quite
to
all
us.
right. I'm glad to be here, and thank you all for your service to work through these complex problems. I am here representing myself. I am a happily retired science teacher, and I have been a volunteer for my church, for my town, and a family business in helping them go green, helping them both become more efficient in how they use energy and also to switch from fossil fuel uses to renewable uses. And I am opposed to this bill for several reasons. I'm sorry the sponsor has left. And a main reason is that this bill recasts fossil fuels as green. Another reason is that the bill misses a very important goal of energy policy in addition to affordability, dispatchability, and reliability. I feel that the overarching goal must be keeping the planet livable for people. We are failing to do that with this bill. So I offer that for you to consider. I also encourage you to bring the state climatologist in, who can answer many of the good questions that have been offered about the climate and solar energy. And this state climatologist is a professional in this field and extremely knowledgeable. I was rather surprised to hear the testimony from the Heartland Institute. For those of you who don't know, this is the organization that for decades supported the tobacco industry in discrediting the fact that tobacco and smoking kills people. Another interesting aspect of this bill is the emphasis on in the definition of affordable, and I'm quoting, means the lowest cost method of providing electricity, accounting for the full life cycle cost of each generation source, which is very interesting because if the full life cycle cost of fossil fuel using generation sources were considered, that would be the end of the debate, because the life cycle costs of fossil fuels must include the downstream effects of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, clearly making our planet unlivable for not just decades, not just centuries, but thousands of years, because of the way the climate feedback cycles work. I ask you to take the wording of assessing the life cycle cost of energy very seriously. That is really important if we're going to achieve our goal of keeping our planet livable. So you've heard a lot today. I'm going to stop there. And thank you again for your attention to this very important problem for the future of humanity.
And thank you and apologies again for not getting to you sooner.
No problem.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in, Ms. Thorne, all the way from Holderness. I appreciate your comments, especially about the life cycle costs. I'm going to be brief. You also brought up testimony from Chicago, the Heartland Institute, and it's that institute's ties to the tobacco industry and the long campaign they had of trying to fool people as to the effects of tobacco on human health. What do you think? I just want to ask your opinion. What do you think about a bill such as this one that uses the term clean and green to try to foster increased uses of fossil fuel? Do you think that's akin to the tobacco industry's strategy that was used years ago?
Thank you for your question. As you know, a layperson, and I have read the book Merchants of Doubt. I highly recommend it to anybody who has not read it. These recasting of definitions, trying to call fossil fuels green energy, is making causing a lot of confusion. And the central idea in the Merchants of Doubt is that if you can plant a seed, even a small seed of doubt in somebody's mind who feels that they can't make a personal intensive study of an issue, that seed of doubt is enough to unravel somebody's position and fortitude in opposing that point of view.
Thank you. Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas, I just want to echo, thank you for hanging in there, thank you for your persistence, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no more questions, we'll call next on Megan Hoskins of Laconia. Good afternoon and welcome to STNE.
Good afternoon and thank you. My name is Megan Hoskins. Drove down from Laconia. I'm here to testify in opposition to this piece of legislation as a private citizen. I oppose this HB 1455 because for a number of reasons. This bill, as written, effectively kills solar energy and wind energy in the state. At a time when we need to be moving away from fossil fuel infrastructure and away from fossil fuels that contribute to climate change and environmental degradation all around the world. I know that there were concerns brought up about the wildlife impacts of wind and solar energy. However, these also failed to mention the hundreds of thousands of migratory bird deaths every year from oil fields and offshore drilling, as well as impacts to whales and other marine animals. There's estimates anywhere from 500,000 to 1 million birds per year are currently cause of death by oil pits. So while yes, wind and solar may have impacts on these animals, we are sure to know that the fossil fuel industry has done much worse and will continue to do much worse, as well as we take it into account environmental impacts when we do these projects. So another reason I oppose this bill is because it limits personal freedom of choice in determining what is best for you and your family and your businesses and your communities. This bill would make it to where renewable energy would essentially be cut. Renewable energy helps New Hampshire energy consumers save money on their energy bills. We're in a time of high inflation and high market volatility. Why on earth would we want to make New Hampshire energy consumers spend even more of their hard-earned dollars on their energy bills? In addition, this bill would also take away local control, as many communities have determined that what is best for their communities is solar and wind and geothermal and hydropower. In addition, fossil fuels and climate change are wreaking havoc on our public health through increased asthma attacks, heat stroke, flooding, wildfires, hurricanes, and winter storms, which are all intensified from heat-fueled energy fueling major weather events. And in terms of the current weather we're experiencing, that is because the polar vortex has shifted because of climate change. In addition, we have tons of environmental and economic impacts of climate change here in the state. The New Hampshire maple industry has seen many changes to the maple sugar seasons and increased unreliability, as well as winter sports are increasingly seeing impacts of change through having to do more and more snowmaking, which is more and more money. In addition, fisheries have been impacted. We're seeing already across the globe coral reef bleaching events, which, I mean, do we really want to make our oceans even more acidic and unlivable for our ocean mammals? I think not. In addition, this bill forces nuclear energy to be included in green energy, and I personally see a whole host of issues that make nuclear energy separate from regular green renewable energy, mainly being, where are we going to store all of the nuclear waste? Whether that's on site like it is in Seabrook, or whether it's going onto Native American lands and trying to force them to put it under the ground. It's not really a great idea, personally, opinion. I also think that it is very telling that we had someone from the Heartland Institute who traveled all the way from Chicago, Illinois, to tout this bill. This shows that who really benefits from this bill is not New Hampshire ratepayers. It's not New Hampshire energy producers. It is out-of-state fossil fuel executives and companies who will benefit from increased pipeline access to the Gulf and to increase, taking fossil fuels even more around the globe. And so I believe that those are a number of reasons why I find issue with this piece of legislation. I will echo Sam Evans-Brown's recommendation as inexpedient to legislate. And I believe that is my testimony. Thank you so much for my time.
Well, thanks for coming down. We appreciate it. And thanks for giving us your perspective. Representative Thomas has a question.
Representative Wendy Thomas, I just really appreciate your testimony. You appear to be very, pretty darn knowledgeable, pretty darn passionate, and you've got a boatload of grit. Can you tell me what your background is? Do you have a background in energy, environment, or?
Yes, thank you, Representative Thomas. I hold a Master's of Science in Environmental Studies. I currently am a field organizer with the League of Conservation Voters Climate Action New Hampshire program. And I work with communities all across the state, and I think that pretty much sums it up.
Thank you.
Representative Parshall has a question.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question earlier. I was hoping to ask our testimonier from the Heartland Institute, but let me ask you instead. I know that deaths by windmills count for maybe 500,000 birds a year compared to the 2 billion by house cats. I don't remember the numbers for windows. By any chance, would you remember that?
I honestly have no idea how many deaths there are per windows, but that's a good question.
Okay, well, and may I follow up?
If you have a question.
It's a question. Do you think that considering the number of deaths by cats over the number of deaths by windmills, we might be better served if the Heartland Institute pursued an aggressive campaign against cats? Would that serve our environment better than windmills?
I mean, I personally know environmental advocates who their sole issue is keep your cats indoors. So, I mean, maybe the Heartland Institute would want to team up with those people.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more questions, we'll call next on Nick Krakoff of the Conservation Law Foundation.
Hey, good afternoon, Chairman Bose, committee members. Again, I'm Nick Krakoff, the senior attorney with the Conservation Law Foundation. I appreciate the opportunity to comment today regarding HB 1455. Because HB 1455 is unnecessary, unworkable, and establishes unrealistic criteria for energy sources, I urge the committee to reject this bill. I've also handed out written comments, which I think are circulating right now. First, HB 1455 is unnecessary due to the adoption last year of HB 504. HB 1455 states that the purpose is to promote energy security, affordability, and reliability in New Hampshire. But HB 504, which I believe Chairman Bose sponsored last year and was adopted, it similarly declares that it is the policy of New Hampshire to promote affordable, reliable, and secure energy resources. Because HB 1455 is redundant in some aspects with HB 504, the bill is unnecessary. Second, although the bill purports to promote the use of fuel sources produced primarily within the United States, it inconsistently promotes the use of energy generated by hydrocarbons, which excludes renewable energy. As we know, renewable energy generation uses unlimited wind, solar, and water resources that are produced locally. If the bill truly seeks to promote fuels that are produced primarily in the United States, it should emphasize renewable energy resources that are produced right here in New Hampshire. Third, as we've heard already, the bill establishes unrealistic standards for energy resources. Again, I'm not really sure what performance standard means, but assuming that means capacity factor, it's true that the only energy source in the state that would meet that criteria is Seabrook Station. For 2024, the U.S. Energy Information Administration estimates that the average capacity factor for combined cycle natural gas plants was 60.5%. So that doesn't even come close to that 80% number in the bill. So the bill establishes a standard that basically one energy source in the state can meet. HB 1455 also mandates that energy resources used for the state shall be dispatchable and include energy generated by hydrocarbons. I struggle to sort of understand what that means. It's vaguely written, and I think it could be definitely interpreted to effectively prohibit the inclusion of renewables in the state's energy mix. I didn't want to believe that's what that actually means, but I think we heard earlier that that is what it means. So something to consider. Finally, it's unreasonable to redefine green energy to include energy generated from natural gas or from resources that meet the national ambient air quality standards. These resources still produce harmful pollutants. They should not be included within the definition of green energy. For these reasons, I urge you to reject the bill and vote ITL on the bill. Happy to take any questions you have. Thank you.
Okay. Representative McGee has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Krakoff, for taking my question. It sounds to me by your testimony, or would you agree that your testimony is that this is an unworkable mandate for the state of New Hampshire that would increase costs?
I mean, it's unworkable in many, many respects. And yeah, I think if you're trying to exclude certain energy sources, you're going to increase costs inevitably.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no more questions for Mr. Krakoff, I'll call on the last person who wants to testify on this bill. That is John Gage, who represents himself, although this morning he said he was a lobbyist, but I'm not sure what that means. We'll have to figure that out. And while he's passing out his literature, I'll mention the blue sheet information from earlier today. HB 1539 had 0 pros and 0 cons. HB 1567 had 1 pro and 0 cons. 1475 was 0-0. 1718 was 1 and 1, and 1455 was 0-2. Online, HB 1539 was 2 and 2. 1567 was 1 and 1. 1475 was 3 and 4. 1718 was 60-0, and 1455 was 6 pro and 378 con. So those are the blue sheet numbers. And now, Mr. Gage, you're on.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, could you give me the blue sheet numbers again for the first two bills?
The blue sheet or online?
Blue sheet, please.
1539 was 0-0, and 1567 was 1-0.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gage. Please turn on the mic.
Red is on. Thank you, Chairman Vose, for allowing me to speak today, and committee members. Because I'd like to start off with responding to a question that I heard earlier. Is this a model bill? Yes, it is. I did some Googling last night, and I found this online on the ALEC website. They have a model called the Affordable, Reliable, and Clean Energy Security Act, and it's very similar to the text that is in our bill. And as we heard, this has been used in Louisiana and Ohio. Louisiana has one of the most unreliable grids in the country. I don't know if we want to be following in their footsteps on energy policy. So who does this bill benefit? Of course, the fossil fuel industry. ALEC is a conservative think tank. It promotes conservative values, but also the interests of its funders, of which the fossil fuel industry is a major one. ALEC holds conferences, pays for the travel, food, and lodging for state representatives from across the country to attend their conferences. They train them on bills that ALEC would like to see distributed across the country, such as this bill. And here we are talking about an ALEC bill. Who does it benefit? The fossil fuel industry.
Excuse me, I need to interrupt just to correct the record. ALEC does not pay for legislators to travel to its conferences. Those legislators either pay for it themselves or their legislatures pay for their travel and room and board. It's not ALEC that pays for that.
I've seen reimbursements on the New Hampshire Secretary of State website for trips from members of this committee to ALEC, Heartland Institute, Young Republicans for Free Pollution, or something similar. There are trips being taken at no cost to the legislator to get these bills.
That may be true for some trips, but not for ALEC. I know that for a fact.
Okay, I'll look that up and I'll follow up in an email because I'm pretty sure that I've seen it. This is part of a national campaign to market gas as clean energy, and the benefits of doing that is then gas can take advantage of all of the programs states are using to promote clean energy. The sponsor, Representative Nodder, mentioned what is renewable energy. It's pretty easy to tell that fossil fuels are not. Every year we burn about 10,000 years worth of accumulated biomass that has been compressed and heated into fossil fuels. That is a finite resource. You mentioned the sun. That is also a finite resource, but there's enough hydrogen in there to fuel the sun for about 4 billion more years. I don't know what our species will look like in 1 billion years, but we're not worried about that. But within a human time scale, fossil fuels are expendable. So I'm kind of embarrassed that we have to talk about a bill from a fossil fuel funded front group that's promoting their polluting energy source. We need fossil fuels. We need all of the above energy options. We have growing energy demands, but we also have pollution, and we have a scientifically identified threat. And if we ignore science about the pollution, we're going to be in very expensive, bad trouble. Birds are very affected by climate change. Their food sources, their migratory patterns. There's a very intricate timing of birds migrating and when food is available and when they build their nests and what they eat. These are all changing because of climate change. So if you're worried about birds, you should learn a little bit more about climate change. And the main cause of that is fossil fuels. We need energy. We need all the above energy options, but we don't need an inefficient energy market. If we ignore the environment and the costs of pollution from fossil fuels in the equation of our energy mix, we are not getting the most benefit to our society from energy. We are hurting ourselves. That's why many states, including New Hampshire, have programs to reduce our carbon emissions and promote clean energy. You know, this bill is just a national attempt by a polluting industry to jump on the bandwagon and take advantage of the benefits that society is trying to promote clean energy by branding gas as clean energy. It's not. So it's the dirtiest energy. I passed this out to everybody. It got stopped. I brought 15. I have more. Okay, so the graph here, well, first of all, the second link in the second paragraph is the link to the ALEC template for this bill, which says specifically we're going to use hydrocarbons for energy. We shall use hydrocarbons for energy, which doesn't sound like a flexible market where all the above energy options can compete on a level playing field. It also says natural gas is clean energy, which is, I should say, which is shown by this graph to be not true. Natural gas causes 2.8 deaths per 1 terawatt hour of electricity generated. That's a little better than biomass. It's not as bad as coal and oil, but if you compare that to hydro, wind, nuclear, and solar, it's very bad. And then if you look at the carbon emissions from the 3 fossil fuels, coal, oil, and gas, they're terrible. Gas doesn't look as bad as coal because they did not include the escaped methane in the exploration, extraction, and distribution of gas in this. This is just the generation of the energy pollution. If you include the methane that leaks, methane is a powerful greenhouse gas itself. The stuff that doesn't get burned but ends up in the air is 80 times more powerful greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide on a 20-year time horizon. And a lot of studies now say the way that we're using gas and extracting it, it's about the same as coal as far as being bad for climate pollution. Okay, so let's get all of the above energy options. As you know, I'm in favor of a carbon fee and dividend because that levels the playing field in a way that helps families. When we have the cost of pollution included in the price of the fuels and energy, we get the market making well-informed decisions, we get less pollution, we get reliable, safe, and abundant energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my question goes to, I appreciate this graph, it's interesting. My question goes to what we leave in, what we leave out, right? When we have these discussions often, we are on both sides. You know, we tend to cherry pick what we prefer in terms of what our energy solutions are. And I think amongst us, we've come up with the all of the above strategy because we realize we need more energy, so we can't really be excluding things. But the things that are being used less in the market and less on our grid are the more climate impactful pieces because most of us in the region are working on that piece, right? Lowering emissions. So my question to you is, we hear the arguments that come before us on behalf of gas, often couched as, we don't like subsidies that are going to renewables. Are you aware of the amount of federal subsidies that are going to the fossil fuel industry? Because you seem to be pretty knowledgeable of this stuff.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, I believe that it's about $30 billion a year in explicit subsidies to the fossil fuel industry, but the majority of the subsidies that we give as a country to the fossil fuel industry by allowing it to pollute for free is closer to $600 billion a year and rising. And this is the health impacts from the particulate and other short-term pollution from fossil fuels, and the rising costs from insurance to infrastructure damage of climate change. And that's the cost that's rising.
And follow-up. The other thing that struck me was the discussion about birds, which a bunch of people have now talked about birds with varying degrees of numbers, but I'm curious about the effects on humans. And if you are aware of any data on deaths or related to the fossil fuel use or gas use, I guess.
That's actually in the graph. Yeah. So on the left-hand side, it's showing deaths from accidents and air pollution from the different fuel energy sources. So yeah, coal and oil deaths are a lot higher than any of the other options. Biomass comes next, and then natural gas.
What is this per, though? It's not per year. So
1
what is
terawatt hour generated.
Okay. I can't read the small print.
I know, sorry.
Okay, I want to thank you for your testimony today.
I do have bird information if anybody cares.
Well, we appreciate it. I think we could find that on our own.
From the Audubon Society.
So, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1455. Is there any, actually I should have asked, is there anybody else who wanted to say anything about
Am I allowed to say
Representative
something?
Nodder?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While the camera's still rolling, I want to make it very clear that my intent in this bill was absolutely not to raise electricity rates. My adversaries seem to be working overtime to make it seem that way, which comes as no surprise since I am often shown outrageous claims they make about me. Some are twisted truths and others are outright lies.
Okay, that's enough. All right, so we're done here today. I want to remind everyone we'll be back provided there's no big snowstorm, on Monday, and we're starting at 9 o'clock on Monday. Then we'll be back here again on Tuesday, and we start at 10 on Tuesday. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you next week.